Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our show. Today is Conspiracy Monday, and we are going to be talking about conspiracies. So many to talk about tonight. It's just almost overwhelming. We had some discussion earlier about the possibility that nuclear weapons weren't really nuclear weapons. We've been having an ongoing discussion. I still believe that nuclear weapons of massive proportions do exist. I'm a little concerned, though, about the science, the physics behind it, and I was concerned that maybe people like Robert Oppenheimer, one of the key instrument designers of the Manhattan Project, he was about ready to defect. Hello there, Star. He was about ready to defect from the entire Manhattan Project, and this is all in his bio and everything. It's public knowledge. And the military-industrial complex kind of persuaded him, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse, kind of persuasion. And sure enough, he fell in line, but you could tell he was very upset. What did he know, possibly, that would have been of danger if it got out? And what did the Rosenbergs know? Ethel Rosenberg, the only female woman ever executed at that time period, and her husband, both executed for sharing nuclear secrets with Russia. Were they sharing the secret that there was no bomb? I mean, that's even scarier, And if all the countries, have nuclear weapons, they may have nuclear weapons, but they may be nuclear-tipped weapons for all we know. But I still believe that they are seriously dangerous, and they do exist. I just have to get a nuclear physicist to talk to me and give me all the specifics, because in my mind, it makes sense that if there's an exponential mass like hydrogen, and it were to actually, blow sky high, that it could very well create an exponential bomb of unbelievable damage, like the one we saw, the Tsar bomb, that happened many years ago by Russia in 1961. And that was a hydrogen bomb, the largest ever. And that looked real. And somebody just sent me pictures of it that looked real. So I'm not saying there aren't nuclear weapons, folks, okay? Thank you. Just so you know. Don't get me mixed up. I'm just entertaining conspiracy theories that are out there. And that's one of the strangest conspiracy theories out there that we've heard. But let's not dwell on that. We can't solve that problem right now. Let's look at this losing streak in the markets. After today, another major drop in the Chinese market. We're seeing the decline and fall of the stock market here in the U.S. by a few numbers, not serious, but significant, down to 17,440. The Dow minus 127. Stocks fell broadly around the globe on Monday, a reaction to steep drops in the Chinese market overnight. So, there remains very few buyers out there, and there are some growing concerns that we're looking at a slowdown in global economic growth. Oh, wow, that's a revelation. A slowdown in economic growth. These people actually get degrees to determine that. They get PhDs. I think everybody's a little tired of this whole thing. 30 years ago, I predicted all of this was going to happen. I got into an argument with Milton Friedman at UCLA when I was an undergraduate student. I overheard a conversation of economists in the other room while I was at the registrar, so I kind of peeked in and listened in to this old guy standing around going, the free market's going to solve everything. Yeah. And I said, some serious questions needed to be raised. I listened to him for about 15 minutes, and I raised my hand. I said, so what would happen if our country lost all of its production and jobs went overseas to cheaper markets with cheaper labor? And his answer to me was, the free market will solve that. I was like, the free market's going to okay, you didn't really answer my question. And I asked him again, well, what happens when we revert to automation and everyone loses their job? How's our capitalist economy going to grow? Well, his answer was, very original. Well, the free market will solve that. Okay, so what happens when our money is no longer the world currency because we don't have any value in our exports? It isn't seen by other countries. Well, the free market will solve that. Well, actually, what's happening right now is the petrodollar has had the base for our dollar since Nixon initiated the Nixon shock in 1971, pulling us off the Bretton Woods Agreement, which was a gold-based dollar. So now people are going to gold, and they're going, wow, gold's going down. That's unusual. So what's happening is the gold market is based on paper gold, and the silver market is based on paper gold, paper silver. And it's steering people away from investing in gold and silver because this keeps dropping. They keep, well, I mean, I'm going to wait a couple of weeks till it drops down to 1,000 or 900, and now people are getting greedy waiting. Okay, I see that. We've got a person who has a problem, and we have to remove him. By the way, we have a new toy in our room. Yeah, gold and silver are on paper-backed currency, and that's the problem. There's trading paper gold and paper silver, and big companies like JP Morgan have made a lot of money doing that. Okay, so if we have anybody in the room that, is really a problem, my sister gave Sarah this as a, just a kind of a gimmick, but we're going to use it in the show. So if we have a real hater that tries to demoralize us, I will initiate my new troll tool.
No! 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 No!
Okay, it initiates the no command without me using my vocal cords. Kind of cool, huh? So that way I don't have to get all angry. I know. No. No. So basically people are trying to think, well, do I wait to buy gold now because it's going down to what, 900, 800? I mean, some people are thinking, well, so it's stalling the gold market, which has always been a safe haven for people who are trying to stick their money somewhere. And now the lower investors I just showed you are happening on the stock market because of skittish concerns about the Chinese market. You're saying gold is going down because China dumps them on the market, according to Gerald Celente. Well, that's possibly true, but it may also be the opposite. Our country may be dumping gold all over the place to drop it in the paper market, because they don't have to have bullion. They don't have to carry it on a big truck and go and drop it somewhere. It'll crash. So, no, this is not Warlord Show. We are not extremists. We're moderates. I'm not an extremist at all. I believe that we need a moderate approach to. This is not copying Warlord. I've been out so long, this is not even funny. We've been doing a show for 7 years, and our viewership is 10 times more than his viewership. So, yeah, go away. Or stay here. Maybe you might get enlightened. No, I'm saying your dollar is worth something, yeah. You have $500 in your pocket, you'll be able to buy an LED TV down there at Best Buy right now. I mean, hello. So the dollar is still fairly buoyant. But I didn't believe anything that old economist Milton Friedman said, because he didn't know what I was saying. He couldn't even respond to my questions other than a canned phrase. And I thought it was pretty pathetic that our greatest economic thinker of the time couldn't even answer the questions of a 17-year-old genius. I thought that at the time I walked away thinking to myself, wow, we're in trouble. Because I told him 30 years from now, at the very end of my time with him, I said 30 years from now, we're going to be facing some serious monetary problems in this country. And what you're saying to me doesn't answer a single thing I asked you. And I walked away. I think you should invest in food in your cupboard, Prophet Muhammad. The price of gold is dropping with the deal with Iran, which is another mistake Obama made. The dropping of oil prices and a stable economy in the U.S., all brought to you by President. That's right. Well, the deal is, if we have a president like Obama that destabilizes relations with Russia and China, and now puts out a deal that everyone in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia and Israel, are very upset about, basically we are kind of playing with an economically unstable model. And it's pretty sad that this president has made these decisions. We don't need to broker a deal with a country that wants to create a nuclear weapon. I mean, how are we going to gain by them making a nuclear weapon 6 months from now, as opposed to a year from now? Looking sexy like Ricky Martin. Nice. Thank you. I'm just not hanging out near bathrooms in Beverly Hills. Living the life, la vida. Yeah. David, I lived in Canada 3 weeks of nice weather, looked up and saw some jets with chemtrails. Next day, tornadoes. We don't usually get those. Curious. Guest 607. You're in the toilet watching me eating a banana. Oh, that's a different guest, guest 602. Okay, cool. All right, to guest 607 in Canada, yes, chemtrails do exist. It's a known fact that the government is doing weather modification. And in no way should you should just ignore them and expect that this is just some, phenomenon. Okay? We have a lot of things that are more important to talk about besides obviously nuclear weapons. So I'm going to bring up chemtrails right now and just show you a little clip of an actual blast of chemtrails out of a KC-10 sprayer. Okay, as you can see, this is a pretty serious spray. It's not a contrail. I use this as my example. And there are actual jets and nodules that they use to deliver these. It's not water, no. We've got numerous pictures of chemtrails. I've got a voluminous amount of pictures of chemtrails. I don't need to stand here and just pretend like this isn't happening. I mean, here's the nodules that they use. These are nozzles that deliver the chemtrails. I'll even show you the canisters. I got pictures of those. Yeah, it's all poisonous gas. Absolutely. And it's all being dumped on your head. Here's the cabin. They've got all the canisters. You've got temporary raised floor for cabling. You've got OSHA kits for spills. You've got all your canisters delivering them. No, this is all real. None of this is photoshopped. Yeah, and they've got another plan to... here's a patch that the chemtrail pilots wear. They think it's funny. Chemtrailing ain't easy. I've even got videos of like chemtrail videos. I've got the chemtrail cowboy video here on cue. I could play like a couple seconds of that for you. All right, so that's kind of a cute example of what they're doing to our skies above us. So yeah, let's move on. Now that we established that they're actually spraying in the air, now we can talk about building this third party and stop these chemtrails. Now, for those of you who support Donald Trump, he doesn't even talk about chemtrails. He doesn't even mention them. I will stop chemtrails. He won't even end the Fed. I will end the Fed. He won't even legalize pot. I will legalize pot. Donald Trump won't even stop GMOs. I'll work to stop Monsanto in court utilizing the Justice Department. Trump is a chump. That's very cute, Drag King. Thank you. Oh, what are the chemtrails for? Oh, it's for creating a drought in California. That's the goal. Yeah, that's their plan. Jade Helm 15 is in operation right now. No, it's happening. It's happening. It's a slow process. Slow your timetable down. Yeah, it's happening. Just slow your timetable down. The elitists don't think in terms of a day or a week or a month. They actually think in terms of, sometimes decades. Yeah, they're just getting everything in line. Now, if you were going to take over the country, you'd want to get all of your MRAPs and all of your vehicles positioned all around the country, wouldn't you? If you were going to assimilate a country, take it over. Say China was going to take over our country. They'd want to work out a deal with our leaders to sell portions of the country and trade for the debt. I'm not getting any Bill Maher support right now, but I'm sure that if he gives me a chance, I might win his ear, possibly win his support. Yeah. Well, everybody's going to have to legalize marijuana because I'm going to legalize it when I become president. But other drugs, sure, we'll have to look at that. But I really don't like drug abuse. It bothers me. Well, there's some scumbag politicians in government that would be willing to sell portions of our country to China. In fact, Butch Otter of Idaho, Governor Butch Otter of Idaho, has sold 50 square miles of Idaho. Remember when he said, buy Idaho? Well, apparently China was watching that commercial because they're buying 50 square miles outside of Boise, right under an air flight pattern of our vehicles are going to be flying over a fertilizer factory. which is a serious threat to our jets. So there's a 50 square mile fertilizer factory being built in Boise right now. And, scumbags are out there willing to sell our country to the Chinese. That's why we need a third party. So let me get the third party text in here. I don't think saying that chemtrails cause anything really is quite the subject we have to talk about. Chemtrails are literally poisoning the planet. Let's just go there, okay? I mean, let's not mince words here. They're poisoning the planet. I mean, this is not some sort of a let's make believe something's not happening. They are poisoning the planet. In fact, when you walk outside the door and some guy with a big diesel truck and maybe you're a diesel driver, and you're blowing diesel fumes into somebody's face, you're actually causing cancer around you. Hey, Shrek, good evening. Welcome to the show. Yeah, they found a direct correlation between lung cancer and diesel fumes out of buses and trucks. So what you think everything's fine and you're doing great idling your truck out there in the parking lot because you want to keep your glow plugs going, you're causing cancer everywhere around you. Russian bombers flew within 40 miles of the North California coast recently, folks. This was an attempt to intimidate our country. And I've been asking the big question, why is Obama pushing for war with Russia? These are big questions we have to ask, folks, and that's why I brought them up tonight. Well, this story just came in from the freebeacon.com. Russian bombers flew within 40 miles of the North California coast. 295 Bear bombers. 2 Russian nuclear bombers flew within 40 miles. Good morning, American pilots. We are here to greet you on your 4th of July Independence Day, a Russian Tu-95 Bear bomber crew member stated over the emergency aircraft channel. Look at that. So they're laughing at Obama, and they want to make sure that he understands you push into Ukraine and we push into California coastline. This is a very dangerous game our frivolous and flippant president is playing. Hear that? That's an F-18 above me. I know that was weeks ago. Thank you. July 22nd. That was 1 week ago. Why do the empty brain pans keep repeating the phrase Jade Helm? It's important for all of you to know that Jade Helm is ongoing. We're not mindless of the reality that there's a serious potential for a martial law in our country. I mean, are you mindless of the reality? Because you guys seem to be reacting. Did you seriously expect Jade Helm to be some sort of an event? I do sell magazines, yes. I sell extremely old magazines. I'm a preservationist. I've collected things dating back to the 1700s. I'm somewhat of a amateur historian. Well, the Cold War got a little colder, total scanner. You're having so much stress in Greece, Malaka had to resort to her morphine pills. Wow. Why don't you take some chamomile tea? That's more natural. So China's new islands are clearly military, a U.S. Pacific chief has said. And we've been wondering why they've been developing military bases in the South China Seas, and our UAVs have been flying close in their airspace, intimidating China. Top U.S. military official in the Pacific sternly warned China on Friday to immediately cease its aggressive, coercive island building in the South China Sea, which he argued was intended clearly for China's military use as forward operating bases in combat against their regional neighbors. Well, our country initiated the pivot to China plan, and that's serious. So here, we started it in a way by creating the pivot to China plan, and they're starting it with building these bases in the island. I mean, this is just tip for tat. It's happening all over the place because Obama is allowing it and pushing it and starting wars, not solving problems and not reaching for détente with other countries. Okay. You had a white supremacy group in your town on Saturday? Were they safe? They have the right to speak out in your town. So, well, yes, I definitely. Magazines, bullets, etc. Yeah. No, I'm not interested in collecting stamps. I do have a few commemorative stamps, like from Elvis Presley and Marilyn Monroe and certain characters that I carry, but it's just a small collection. It's no big deal. I did it for my own edification. I was into antiques for about 10 years, and I picked up all these old pieces of paper, which I thought were really interesting. They don't even have these pieces of paper at the Library of Congress. We've had a lot of people buzzing our area. We had 3 F-18s flying over our head when we went to a restaurant today. They were flying in tandem about 20 feet apart. Yeah, so chemtrail pilot, he's in here talking about stuff that's happening in his life. He's an actual chemtrail pilot that's spraying in the air to cause the heat wave and forest fires in California. And because he has anonymity, he comes in and talks about his activities. He's one of these guys that actually admits he's spraying and admits that it's causing a heat wave and forest fires. Now, when they spray in areas like we have where it brings in rain, what they're doing is pulling rain from the California all the way up to Oregon and Washington, where we are. I've not seen the F-28. Now, is it a pretty cool plane? Here is the F-28. There you go. That's the special little plane you got there. It kind of looks like a McDonnell Douglas plane, doesn't it? You know, I don't go to the shows anymore because I get enough jets over my head constantly. Every day is a show. There's the F-28. You mean the F-29? You're confused. That's right, F-29. That's a pretty amazing plane. Yeah, you know, I support the military insofar as I want the country to be strong militarily, but I don't want to waste money. And the F-35 is going to take $1.5 trillion over its lifetime, which we don't have. So we need to cut the contract. We have to start shrinking the contract for the F-35. It just failed in 2 critical flying tests against the old F-16. That alone needs us to kind of pull back on that. But there are many people that have been warning us over history about the dangers of the military-industrial complex, and one of those people is none other than our ex-president, Dwight D. Eisenhower, who made it very clear that we have a threat from the military-industrial complex.
The latest of our world conflicts, the United States had no armaments industry. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. Now
this is when we stopped that. Okay. So yeah, America, David is a loud typer, I know. This is the deal. We got military hardware costing our country way too much. We got the 2-party system completely in their back pocket. Lockheed Martin gives out $2.5 million a year in donations to greedy congressmen, and in return, they get $35 billion in contracts. Pretty good deal, you know. You give $2.3 million, get $35 billion in contracts. Yeah, I agree. And I played the Alan West video last week. It's a good one, got a race. Yeah, he was right on, attacking the Iran deal as he should. Cesspool had a barium enema once. Well, that's kind of what they're putting in the air is barium, aluminum, selenium, and silver oxide to bring water in. Now, they're not spraying over the California coastline. So they've avoided that because they want that area to dry out. And you may ask, well, why do they want the California coastline to dry out? Because they want to reduce the properties in California, which is the largest chunk of real estate of that value in the world. And then they want everyone to leave so they can buy up the property cheap. That's one theory. Another is that the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds have actually invested in Sonoma County water. So they're buying up water rights so they can charge even more. And Jerry Brown can tell you you can only have a gallon to wash with every day. And then, of course, they're making you fearful, so they run Fox News ads that say that the entire area west of I-5 is toast, like Shepard Smith said last week. He said that there's a massive earthquake coming and it's overdue by 74 years. And they said that the Cascadian subduction zone is buckling up and the Wanda Fuca subduction zone is buckling under. And there's never been an event that has released that pressure, they said, in the past 270 or 300 and some odd years. They failed to forget, or they failed to remember, I should say, Mount St. Helens, 1980. There was a massive eruption of a volcano, right? Releasing all that pressure. Oh, but they didn't factor that in on Fox. Because ironically, Fox News wants everyone west of I-5 to hate them. They really do, and they don't want people to even live there. So these are the demographics of the Democrats who don't even watch Fox. So you're seeing mind manipulation and propaganda. And then you're seeing also weather modification by chemtrails. And I believe that another reason is so that people who are Democrat not only want to flee their homes and evacuate, but they also want to vote for Hillary so that she'll have cap and trade legislation. And that's never been proven to work. But they still believe that's the buzzword for the environment. The Democrats want to phrase their movement now that Obama has failed over the past 7 years. Now they want to frame it on climate change again. So they're forcing a quick, early drought in California, way ahead of the timetable, which is about 50 years long. Oh, Shepard Smith knows when earthquake. Yeah, it's his thing, I bet. Oh, Brucey, you're quaking. Okay, David, do you believe the separation of church and state? Yes, I follow that. Yeah, I'm a strong believer in separation of church and state. I don't want the government involved in our personal lives and our spiritual lives. And clearly marriage laws are a breach to the separation of church and state. So we have to move on that and get the Supreme Court to rethink this whole thing. Get the government out of our personal lives. Yeah, everybody predicts nuclear or Japanese earthquakes. Yeah, sure. Now he's predicting a 2017 megaquake. Yeah. It's always like a next year October thing. Everyone says, oh no, the world's ending in October. Thank you. Okay, this has been great. I've got jets flying over my head, so the Retaliator is a perfect thing to have over my head right now. The most I've ever spent in a restaurant for 2 people, $50. Back when I was young, man, I think I was 18 years old. Yeah, that's it. I took a lady out for dinner and drinks, and I was kind of whining and dining her, and I forked over $50. Yeah, that was a rarity. You spent $3,278 for dinner? What, did you have a family gathering or something? I wouldn't pay more than $50 today for 2 people. Today I took Sarah out for dinner, and I think it cost me at least, 1/5 of that. You can work the math out later. I don't live in a double wide. No, I live in a triple wide, and it's a modular, and I have a view of the Olympic Mountains. Heck, I could almost see Alaska from outside my house. I took her to a nice dinner today, yes. I spent $12 out the door. Well, I go to a place where you can get a $30 meal per person for $5. It's pretty good. It's pretty, I mean, you don't have the kind of things we have around here because obviously you're not in a populated area. Yeah, you spent $150, wow. Well, Sarah and I had Pacific salmon. Today we had Salisbury steak with some really good, really lean beef. And wonderful salads and a great dessert bar. I only eat at buffets, so it's cost effective for me. Plus, I don't like cooks, spitting on my meal in the background. I've seen all those kitchen nightmare videos where they spit on your meal. I swear, I think Chef Ramsay actually helped me avoid spending a lot of money by not going to restaurants. Yeah, I mean, well, that's not exactly the best buffet, but... Well, they don't spit in their food, I can assure you that. Yeah, they can't. It's too well regulated. Well, the point of Matt, I don't want to sit there for 45 minutes going, oh, gee, when are we going to eat? Oh, this conversation is like, oh, yeah, you think they could bring some bread? Oh, yeah. I mean, the conversation is always so mindless. And everyone's always, going, gee, 45 minutes and we're not served yet? Oh, yeah. And then they bring the meal and it's got this massive amount of saliva on it. It's like, what is that, spit?
No, 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 no.
If we have any bad chatters tonight, we are using the effective no tool, which is a highly effective command central system to encourage or discourage trolls in our show.
No.
Very firm. No, men don't hit on me in front of Sarah, no. I stay away from people in general. I walk around with a large bag over my head so they don't see me. Yeah. I'm known as a hefty dude. It's just, and it does kind of, it's a little bit difficult when you walk into banks with a hefty bag on you. So I have to take the hefty bag off, and they see me and they go, oh, you're so beautiful. Spitting on food is a federal offense. Well, tell that to the guy that spit on my food at some restaurant one day. I wouldn't eat it. I'm the hefty dude, hefty bag guy. Someday we're going to all be walking around in body bags. There's going to be a brand, in fact, there already is a lady that's making sleeping bags into coats. So the next logical progression is that we're going to see, body bags made into coats. No, it's Monday. It's Conspiracy Monday. Green tech, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to show you that, but the video is just eluding me. I must have moved it or something. It's so strange. Yeah, anyway, we have Thursdays, Technology Thursday, where we show you new technologies like sleeping bag coats. Wow. It's strange that something like that would just disappear from my hard drive. Anyway, we met the guy who who actually created a truck to match the White Zombie, the electric car.
Of course, if you want speed, who needs a bike? Try a 72 Buick Skylark 350 small block and get some serious internal combustion muscle. For all its failings, gasoline power is a cheap, efficient means of transportation.
What is that, a matchbox car? That'll match your ass, that's what it'll do. I don't think you know what you're picking on here.
But as I was about to find out,
You challenging me? I sure am.
if you want to get more speed and power out of a car,
To the track? See you there.
you have to unplug your old ideas about what makes cars fast.
David Coe faces off against John Whalen in a 1972 Datsun.
Whoa!
All right, so the maker of that, we saw the F-250 version of that car, all electric, and we went to a great solar fest last week, and you can see it on our YouTube channel. And we saw a truck that was built on the same design as that incredibly fast car called the White Zombie. All right, so we are going to talk about conspiracies tonight. Any of you have any conspiracy topics you want to discuss, feel free, or you can call in at 707-YOUR-ATP. Well, Drag King, I'm just saying, warning. Somebody said, Tomato Girl says you're making some very offensive statements here. I want you to have, well, I just want you to have a heads up that, people are a little offended right now. The number is 707-YOUR-ATP. Now, if you are a person who's actually had an alien encounter, where you've had some sort of an alien anal abduction, we want to hear from you. So any of you have been anally abducted by aliens, feel free to contact us. We do entertain the idea of alien control over our country. We talk about that and how it's possible, but highly unlikely. You've been anally abducted? Were you at any time probed by an alien? Kind of like Chris Hansen. I'm looking at the chat logs, and it seems that you were probed by an alien in 1977, where they installed an RFID chip in your body. Any of you have any RFID chips in you right now? Feel free to step up and speak out, or never be heard again. So yeah, we'd like to talk a little bit about Jade Helm, but there's not much to talk about. It's just a psyops to scare the crap out of you. That's the end of that story. But they're also preparing all kinds of military positioning of vehicles all around the world. We need to talk about the Black Knight's satellite. This is a satellite that's about 1 mile by 5 miles, sitting in the air above us. And for some reason, the government has not sent any probes up to probe that. All right. I did not know that Tomato Girl was a transgender. That's a news thing to me. I thought Tomato Girl was a dude. I mean a woman. I mean a dude. Does it really matter at this point? I mean, it matters to people that are involved in, homosexuality, but she's looking good tonight? Okay. You think she's fresh as a daisy? You've never been probed by an alien anally, Meow TV? See, we didn't get one single person in our room. Anticrisis, what do you mean I do? I'm not proposing we get married. Sorry. But have any of you been probed seriously by or abducted? So we have pretty much swash of people here that have not been abducted by aliens. All right. This is the one thing that I just cannot explain. You haven't been probed? Okay, good. This is the one thing I just cannot explain. Oh, you were probed by somebody else, but it wasn't an alien? Okay. This is the Black Knight satellite. Nobody knows what it is. The government won't talk about it. And it exists. Yeah. It truly exists. So that made me think, if this thing exists, what is it? 1 mile by 5 miles. I mean, it's pretty big. Yep. Apparently, I'm going to leave that on the screen because I can't explain it. Yep. Okay. So that's the one thing, the chink in my armor of, I don't believe in aliens. Why did it take Obama 4 days to lower the flag for the Marines? Apparently the false flag operation wasn't filtered into him in time. What the CIA and the FBI are doing on the side really doesn't make it to Obama's office quickly. We saw it with Benghazi, where somehow the White House decided to create a story that it was the Innocence of the Muslims movie that caused all the rioting that led to Chris Stevens' death, our ambassador dying, which Obama said, well, make no mistake about it. It's just a bump in the road. A bump in the road for us to lose our ambassador. And then they made up a story, Innocence of the Muslims, and that turned out to be completely fictitious. It's just not the way it happened. A terrorist attack occurred. Okay, David, can you share some tips on how to become less complacent? Yes, good one. 904, thank you. Start filtering your water. There's a very strong chance that your water has been contaminated with fluoride. That's the first thing you want to do. Begin the process of pulling fluoride out of your system. That's right. Start with water. What are you doing, Tomato Girl? I mean, now you're saying Bernie number one. You know that's not acceptable here. I'm going to believe that you're a woman, Tomato Girl. Okay? You did that? Okay, good. But you're still feeling complacent? Okay, I've got another tip for you. Start drinking at least 5 cups of coffee a day. Don wants to know how to filter fluoride. I'm not going to ban her. She's fine. No, she's okay. Start with a filter called Zero Water Filter. You can get it at zerowater.com. They'll have a retail outlet at Walgreens or Wally World. They'll sell it. Walmart. It's a very cheap filter, but it gets rid of fluoride. All right. Any other questions about that? We'll move on. Shrek is the guy who's been really right down in the trenches in Phoenix, and he's been encountering landings of AWACS vehicles, Apache helicopters above the Phoenix area. And that kind of raises a question about Phoenix. There was a serious series of lights that occurred in many years ago called the Phoenix Lights. And the Phoenix Lights were seen by 10,000 people above Phoenix. They even have a network called the Phoenix Lights Network. Well, not the rise of the Phoenix, which is the initiation of the apocalypse, but it could be. Welcome to the Phoenix Lights website. Let's see what this is. I'm not sure what this... I've never been here before. Evolution to a new consciousness. Enter. Let's enter. Articles, links, events, photos. Yeah, see, they've done a lot of detailed work on what happened. It turns out that one of the great investigators in the connection between aliens and humans, a guy by the name of Steve Greer, was going to Phoenix. He was in Phoenix at the time doing some editing of video that he had of all kinds of UFO sightings. And by the time he arrived there, for some reason, the Phoenix Lights occurred that night. Last photo taken, 1995. And Steve Greer did a detailed reveal of an alien that he found, a small humanoid, an artifact, a fossil. And I don't know if it's New Age. No, seriously, you can look at this stuff. This is pretty... This entire event really did occur, and there were 10,000 people that witnessed it. You're getting abducted? I'm hearing your warnings. Dave, that is a secret Illuminati site. Ooh. Well, these are real photos of the Phoenix Lights. I'm just telling you, they really did exist. These are classic photos. I mean, you can't deny these. Look at these things. Come on. These are unidentified flying objects. All of them appeared when Steve Greer was there in Phoenix trying to build a compiling of UFO sightings. They look like fluorescent hemorrhoids? Really? Well, aren't you special? He said, yeah, he heads up the Disclosure Project, Sam is out. And Stephen Greer has been kind of concerned, like I have been over the few years that I've been doing this, about 8 years, that he hasn't had any major mainstream media attention. The Disclosure Project never got to the mainstream media. It's been circulating the net. We've been talking about it on our show. I do support full disclosure, by the way. I'm not watching too much Project Camelot, no. Some people believe it's the V-Real Project from the Nazis. Deep space creatures. You can believe anything you want. I mean, there's stories of Nazis creating this stuff, but does it really matter? I mean, the UFO Nazi program, you know, the V-Real Project, in which for 15 years Hitler developed secret spacecrafts capable of supersonic speed. This technology was advanced and passed on to the United States government through Operation Paperclip. Interstellar travel has been rapidly progressing while you people, you humans, live in your hovels, and we are traveling to new galaxies and beyond. Sorry. I got carried away there. But no, there's no real evidence of any kind of internet activity going on from Nazis. But yes, Operation Paperclip really did exist. Our government did import Nazi space technologists like Wernher von Braun, for instance, who helped us with our space program. That voice just scared my pet dog. I'm sorry. I just got carried away with the theatrics of it all. I could have been a Shakespearean actor. I could have been somebody. I could have been somebody. But I'm just a blog guy now. The master of the thespian. To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether it is nobler to remember my lines, please help me out here. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of weird things in the sky up above Phoenix. And you know, now we got people like Shrek encountering the iron sky that Meow TV is describing, where Apache helicopters are flying at the wee hours in the morning above his home, where he's got AWACS landing at the Phoenix airport. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff going on. No, Awesome Carl is not here, but I can give you a cameo, a voice appearance. Hey, it's me, Awesome Carl. Hi, Carl. How are you? Oh, pretty good. Okay, and any other questions you have for Carl, we'll just send us a link somewhere, or an email or whatever. Meddling government gone wild, barbecue aroma leaving your property is prohibitive. Oh my gosh. This is how the communist left-wing party, the Democrats, have been creating an unbelievable problem, forcing people, mandating people to do certain things on their property. This story just came in from Scissor Fight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. We interrupt this UFO invasion with the government meddling in our personal barbecue. Yeah, listen to this. Check this out. They're coming after barbecues now. Before you fire up the next grill, you may want to check for possible code violations. Pinellas County, Florida, a man didn't and ended up being the one getting burned. He lit up his grill, Scotty did, and he reported receiving a visit from an air compliance officer. He wrote him up. Infraction, nuisance odor. Oh man, I can't even get the Northwest Air Pollution Control to stop a burn of a fire in the middle of a burn ban. So it is kind of government gone wild, isn't it? Instead of girls gone wild, it's government gone wild. It's unbelievable, isn't it, Star 7? I did get mad because he was pushing barbecue fluid in a crowd of people of about 200 people. The guy was cooking burgers and spraying the fluid under the burger as he was cooking it. So everyone who ate the burger had charcoal lighter fluid in their burger. And I confronted him on video, and I have a YouTube video out there of this Oak Harbor Musical Festival from a couple of years back, in which the town that I live in has this company that I won't name their name, but it's pathetic. Oh yeah, I won't even eat there. I just walked up, I said, "Are you really cooking these burgers with lighter fluid right on them?" "Oh yeah, what do you want? Were you trying to make something of it, man? Were you looking for a fight?" Yeah, he was a total idiot with lighter fluid. Complete idiot. Anyways, we were receiving carbon monoxide poisoning for about an hour because of it. So, but are we going to outlaw that? No, of course not. Anytime the government gets too big, but any one of the cops could have gone up and said, "Sir, this is a nuisance. I don't want to show it to you. It's on YouTube. Look it up. Go on a scavenger hunt. Let's move on." We're talking about aliens, for crying out loud, not barbecue smells. I mean, focus. Come on, people. Come on, focus. We do accept donations at our America's Third Party site. If you are interested in getting behind this political movement, it is growing. And remember, you could have a place in my administration like any other political movement. We've got a new bumper sticker available right here. It goes right to the Cafe Press link if you want to buy a bumper sticker for $4. We talk about the things that are important to us, like legalization of marijuana, how Sarah and I are just average Americans. Personal freedom is really important to us, free speech, gun rights, and our privacy, and preserving the Constitution. And, these are just ideas, along with many other concepts that we have, really groundbreaking concepts to support America. We have a plan to get Americans to receive money, like food stamps, as opposed to non-U.S. citizens. I don't want illegal aliens coming into our country. So obviously we have a stronger plan to build a fence, a 1,000-mile fence, and that was our idea. It was not in any way Michelle Bachmann's or anyone else who wants to copy it. So our support for a border fence, our sensible fast-track naturalization plan, which is a good compromise for immigrants to get a citizenship in their home country by paying a fee of $1,000 hypothetically. It'd be cheaper than a coyote for a lot of these people, and they take the 6-question test to become a U.S. citizen, and we'll even give them free education in history, U.S. government, U.S. history, U.S. English. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I just ban anybody who comes in here and supports Trump or anyone else. So it is a bannable offense. We don't want people coming in here using this venue to support any political party or political person other than our third party. Thank you. So, and we even have a GoFundMe page where I can get up enough money to start buying TV spots. Now, granted, I need, only $5 to start buying TV spots. I just got a donation of $5 from somebody. I appreciate that. But this is a fund that can get started right now. You click the button on our American Conservative Party page and get started. $5 per TV spot to break into cable TV is what we're doing. Okay, thank you. Building a wall sounds like a communist thinking. No, not at all. In fact, a wall along the fence, a fence or a lethal electric fence, for instance, on the border with Mexico, is the smartest thing we can do to prevent a huge influx of population in the event of a major disaster in Mexico. We're not going to be able to shoot people on sight as they're coming over the border. And the government's not going to stand there and fire machine gun fire into a wall of people fleeing Mexico City in the event of an earthquake down there. All right. We're really concerned about helping the population of America. We're not the one world government people like the Democrats that want to just give everything away to everybody. We want to protect the American consumers and the American citizens of this country. And we also believe that if we don't appeal to the average American, we're kind of missing the boat here. So if the Democrats who don't appeal to the average American anymore are going to keep pushing for mandated laws against barbecue smells or whatever, they'll probably want to check your flatulence. They'll have meters on your butt pretty soon. If you want that, seriously, all your rights taken away, then yeah, keep voting Communist Democrat. If you want to have a right-wing fascist authority like Jeb Bush, who seriously is supporting the NSA, watching everything we do, then you'd want to go in the fascist direction. But if you're like us, you're moderates, I think America's third party is the place for you. But yeah, we have a tougher border policy than the Democrats or Republicans by far. That's the one area where we are very concerned about our nation's solidarity and safety and security, and most of all, our sovereignty. Because if we have hundreds of thousands, millions of people coming over the border rapidly, it'll affect all of your lives. You've already seen an effect in your life. In Phoenix, I know that we've had a lot of people complain about illegal aliens populating the emergency wards down there, and citizens can't even get served. And when they do, they end up paying for all the illegal aliens. So this is just the beginning of a problem that's going to get a lot worse unless we put a fence in place. Look out, here we come. A Chinese person has just posted a statement, look out, here we come, in our chat room. We're going to take that as a threat. Okay? We just got a threat from China, folks. You see that? Yeah. What do you mean, here we come? Are you having pleasure? Are you orgasming? What's happening? You can be, above board. Tell us what you're doing. Okay, we need Obama in for the third time, you say? You're serious? What exactly do you think he's done to help us? You don't even see all the mistakes he's made? Obamacare costing 40% more on your insurance? Problems with Russia now, aggression for Vladimir Putin, Obama calling him a jack. You don't see the mistakes he's made? What's wrong with you, Guest 961? And what's wrong with you, Guest 982, that you want to put support for a corporate pig as your president? And you actually expect anyone to help you, the average person? Wow, you're really out of it. You buy the lie, don't you? You really buy the whole lie. Unbelievable. Yeah. Well, the fact is, George Soros has been powering up the Obama plans. Even recently, thank you, Noble Watchman, George Soros gave $200 million to the Obama cabinet, cumulatively, to get the FCC to rule that the internet is a utility so that his companies could make more money on it. Oh, seriously, we got a lot to worry about with the George Soros-funded left-wing commies. We got them circulating around the globe. These Marxists, academic Marxists, have parked themselves in the Obama cabinet. He was raised a Marxist. What am I saying? Frank Marshall Davis, one of his mentors as a child, raised him in the communist mentality. The idea of getting rid of all your property and having it go to the state, relinquishing your individual freedoms and rights for the common good. All that comes from the Communist Manifesto. No, he's not a responsible statesman. David, here's a video of you steam rolling the barbecue guy. It's a must watch. Oh, wow. You found the video. It's the Oak Harbor Festival.
Life casting.
We're here at the Oak Harbor Music Festival. We just did a great band called Cloverdale. That was strawberry wine and singing was Cloverdale.
And earlier than that, we saw the Polecat Bluegrass Festival. Hi. Great. Okay, we're here at the Oak Harbor Music Festival, and we're at a barbecue that causes everybody to breathe fumes. Like right now, I'm breathing fumes. Hey, I got a question for you. What are you using to get these things going? Because I'm smelling a lot of fumes. You guys use like lighter fluid or something on there? You do? You realize it's all blowing right into people's faces? You're okay with that?
He said, "Have a good day, sir."
Everybody? It's freaking crazy. You're polluting everybody. You're polluting everybody. Yeah.
He says, "Go away." Do you hear him? Go away. See that?
Will go away. Thank you. But remember me. Go away.
All right, thank you. He said instead of answering to the pollution of sticking lighter fluid on people's burgers, he tells me to go away. This is the mindset of the community I live in. Go away. Yeah. Now they got another festival coming up here this coming up week. I'm not sure if I'm going to be going or not. So don't count on me being there. I'm a great heckler, yeah. A tough guy, yeah. Well, there were 4 or 5 cops around me at the time, in case you didn't know. So I wasn't about to just stand there and, mouth off for much longer. The cops in our area are pretty tough. They are. They don't take any kind of a guff, and chances are it would have been a problem. A better approach? No, I just accuse him of putting lighter fluid on beef. I take my beef seriously. Yeah, it's what's for dinner. It's not lighter fluid. It's what's for dinner. No, it's beef, not lighter fluid. I'm unpopular? I didn't know I was unpopular in my hometown. Wow, that's kind of scary. How do you know that I'm unpopular? I got 4,200 votes in my home area. You're telling me 4,200 plus votes don't support me? I mean, come on. You have 4,200 people that like you in your area? I mean, come on. It is music time. Hang on. I'm not Jewish. I have German ancestry. You are banned. Wow. I just can't get over the mindlessness that's circulating on the shows here. I've got a little song I wrote, a little ditty about Jack and Diane I want to play with you. And it should keep your mind off of things as we segue to something more fun, like maybe a visit from Sarah, my vice presidential choice for the upcoming election. Here's a little song I created on Acid by Sony. They make this audio editor. Hey, we talked about the Black Knight satellite. How about that burn? That big, huge hydrogen bomb. Yeah, we talked about that. We didn't talk about China, though. The worst possible pollution on Earth. Then we got threats from China in our room tonight. Check this out. This was one of the chatters that said this. Look out, here we come from China.
I don't know where the green book is.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it off your hands. Yeah.
I'm not finished, but
No, Cairo News has not contacted me since my last interview.
I'm not nearly finished.
What are you looking for? Just the part-time
I
today?
was just gonna wash it out. Huh?
Oh, you're done for today, though?
Well, I
Yeah,
guess
you're good.
so.
Sarah would love to talk to you.
I could do more, but then I'd miss the show.
Yeah, you did great.
I like that. Like how it goes down. It's
Yeah.
pretty cool. Let's look out here. We come. Wait, what? Who knows? Okay. How are you guys doing? No. I was painting. And I advise everyone to avoid methamphetamine. You thought I was painting a portrait. I'm not as aesthetic, I guess is the word, as David is. Hi, Yves. I still have to figure out how to, maybe I should figure out how to broadcast using Android. How are you, Yves? Hello, hello. Why? No, don't do any meth because it'll make your teeth rot out and it'll cause you to get addicted, and then you'll get so addicted that your teeth will rot out. Methamphetamine accelerates the heart rate. Well, one, it accelerates your heart rate. Two, it rots your teeth. The meth is this on the street they call it speed. They consider it methamphetamine. Crack is like cocaine. Your brother uses meth? Ask him to stop. Say, will you stop for me? Ask him to stop. Because meth is not good. Meth does, in my opinion, does not make you smarter and more productive. If you think that, it's probably only for a very short amount of time. I think all of those are bad because then you get addicted to them and then it's not in moderation anymore. Hi, Mad Dog. Hello, everyone that said hi to me. Did I see this crazy vid? I'm not going to click on your Vine videos. Not going to do that. Okay, don't take anything from the all caps Simeon Anons. Meth, math, same thing. No. Math is awesome. Meth is not good. Some people do clean their house. They get all... Yeah, I guess supposedly they start to clean up when they're on meth. Yes, I do remember the time at the Oak Harbor Festival. Thank you, 9049, for reminding me of that. Thank you, Antique. I like that. Thank you, DT Allura. You're awesome, too. And math is pretty awesome. I like math. I haven't seen math.com. I should check it out. And then David will be like, what are you doing talking about school and math again? I'm like, I'm political, but I believe that, well, that's pretty cool. They have a math.com career center. That's cool. Jobsmath.com. Okay. He did. Thanks, Mr. F. I'm sure this is not that. I'm just not going to even open it. That Vine one, F? No. If you continue to post that, I'm going to remove you from the room. This is what happened to you last week. You found a dog. Okay, some homeless guy was standing at the corner store with this little chihuahua. He said he was trying to find a home for it all day, but no one wants it. I said, just give it to me. I'll put an ad on Craigslist. He started crying, handed you a note written in Vietnamese. He found the dog tied to a tree with a note attached. Please help. Oh. Wow. So did you put it out on Craigslist, Scissor Fight? None, Spaz Nation, because it's summer. But I did say read every day. Wow, One Bleak World. These strange websites like that, though. Thank you, Sir Waffles, for promoting us. No, we can talk about politics. We're not going to talk about all... Do I agree with what David did in Oak Harbor or what David has done on his websites? I like David's websites. Oak Harbor, you're going to say. I did not ride the Tesla car, but I did sit in the back seat. You notice rubbing coconut oils on your... calms you down? Okay, good. I don't have any secret lovers. I only have David. That's not a secret, I don't think. No. Sir Waffles. I did not. Now everybody's going to say that to David. Anyway, whatever. No. Let me rephrase that. I probably would not have done that. That's all I have to really say on that subject. NSA and Google and Amazon are designing drone air traffic control system. That's good. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Well, I think that Jenner person, obviously, they were just trying to look like me because they couldn't be with me or something. And if you say they look better than me, I'm so glad they achieved their goal. When you say high school crush, you mean people I liked in high school? Like names of people I liked in high school? Or are you talking about movie stars? Because most high school kids have crushes on movie stars. David is a cook. So I will say that, yes. I mean, he likes to cook. He's News, truth, unfiltered. Okay, I'll leave that. We do not mod channels. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense, Ebus. Thank you. You have a crush on Hillary Clinton? I think that as for Mr. Fisty, I believe that the government should not be involved in people's personal relationships. As far as, and I don't judge people based on their sexual orientation or sexual preference. I like all kinds of people. All right. So what is happening in Chicago, Yves? The Vaughns are going and you're going. Is there a big conference there, or is it you guys are just going to Chicago to have like a Vaughn meeting? The staff's all going to Chicago. Oh, they have a booth at a convention. What convention is it? 497, I think there's already laws on the books for that. I do have a problem with animal cruelty, and yes, I also do have a problem with pedophilia. I think that is wrong. Both of those are wrong. To me, immoral. But whatever happens in between consenting. Oh, very good. Awesome. National Sports Collectors Conventions. Very cool. You guys have fun in Chicago then. That'll be very good. There's some pretty interesting conventions I hear about going at, like streaming media. I read about those, but I haven't been to those. But so I will restate, whatever happens between consenting non-related adults is acceptable to me. It still is. I thought that they made it illegal after that guy got killed by a horse a few years ago, One Bleak World. These Russian planes could have dropped a nuke on us. They flew within 40 miles of the Northern California coast. There's a UFO sitting in West Philadelphia recently where NSA workers allegedly spend most of their days. Interesting. Are we... Perhaps it was the NSA creating something in the sky to make it look like a UFO. Yeah, maybe Shrek. I don't know. Well, considering I don't take my clothes off, 3722. Good. Fantastic. Why don't you go somewhere else? My views on marijuana is I'm never going to smoke it. I'm never going to toke it. However, I believe it should be legal so that you can do whatever you want to do. Yeah, it's totally bogus, right? Totally bogus. No, like I said, Mr. McFist, is I do not smoke marijuana, and I never will smoke marijuana or ingest it in any way, shape, or form, unless the doctor gives me something and says, you need this. or you will be seriously worse off than if you don't have it, and it's given to me by a doctor, I'm not going to do it. And if I don't need it, I'm not going to do it either. Wow. Thank you, 410. I don't believe that marijuana causes DNA damage. What do I think about the NASA conspiracy that is covering up the fact that the world is not a sphere? I find that hard to believe, especially after they released the photos of blue marble. Twice they've gotten a couple of them. In Britain recently, a young lady was caught having sex with her brother. Okay. Huh. Will we have a war with China? Only if our wonderful politicians decide to have a war with China. If I were in charge, I would not have a war with China. No, I'm not a religious person. I was fairly religious when I was younger, but no, I'm not religious anymore. I believe that Scientology is a religion. I would encourage people to still seek medical help if they need it. Yes, there is a way you can get Big Pharma to invest in hemp and CBD, especially if they find the medical uses for it. However, one of the things that they'll do is that they will try to make money off of it, which is kind of takes away from the purpose of it. No, I will not vote for Hillary. I will vote for David Sponheim. I'm doing pretty well. How are you all doing? Tom Cruise was a Scientologist. I heard recently that he might be David. Here, I'll give you a link to the person I'm voting for. DavidSponheim.com. That's who I'm voting for. No, I'm not taking in calls right now. Well, you should really check this guy out, 379. He's a pretty smart guy. The person that I'm campaigning for, David Sponheim. He has some really unique views, and he's an average American, just like you and me, and he's very good. No, I'm not an atheist.
Okay, great. So we wanted to get you involved.
This is David Sponheim.
Hello, good evening, welcome, and let's discuss conspiracies like the conspiracy to pollute the entire Earth. Behind you is Beijing, China. Clearly we have a problem. Our country is not pursuing a trade deal with China that makes sense. Now, people like Donald Trump have come up with ridiculous tariffs of 30% that would never be accepted in China. We need to start thinking about long-term plans to help the environment. So we have an ecological tariff of 15% that we want to impose on any country that doesn't comply with our human rights and environmental protocols. That includes where that product goes when we end up not needing it anymore, like a dumpster plan. Thank you, 228. God bless you too. So we have a plan to actually get China to work with us to at least solve the problem of what to do about this air pollution. And we want to help China too. So I've got ideas that will actually clean the air. that I'll be implementing as president. And China can certainly copy these ideas without any charge to us, or we can sell them devices that will actually help clean the environment. But Donald Trump wants to drive a wedge between China now. We don't want to do that. We don't want to create havoc with Mexico. We don't want to create, our neighbor in Mexico. We don't need hostile relations with that country. Just because Sarah and I want to create a 1,000-mile fence, which Donald Trump never thought of doing, we think that we could actually save the country a tremendous amount in danger if we don't have the fence by creating a fence. Now here's a system a giant wall that really sucks air. We could have filtration systems attached to it. Let's take a look at this. Good. We got to see a great link from somebody. Who sent that link in?
Yes, you're right, American Panther.
Meow TV.
Meow TV too.
Wow. Okay. Let's take a look at this filtration system that could very well go online anywhere, even in our country. It captures CO2 from the ambient air. This is really cool. Thanks very much, Meow TV.
Climate change. Carbon engineering is at the leading edge of developing technology to reduce that threat.
We must do something about the rising levels of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere.
This prototype represents a tiny segment of the full design. The internals of this 100 kilogram a day unit will do the same at large scale and can be replicated 10, 100, 1,000, even 20,000 times. At that scale, emissions from 300,000 cars could be captured every year.
All right, we see from the example here that carbon point legislation will not work. We need to clearly innovate, not create some monopoly game where all of you pay a lot of money. I know. I'm just repeating everything I said. So what is going on here is a kind of a solution, an innovation, which, as long as it's not coupled with carbon point legislation, will be fine. But if we continue to allow these Democrats to push this ridiculous plan that's proven to fail in Copenhagen and other areas of the world, we're never going to get ahead of the situation. Clearly, this design is something that we could implement in areas like the Tehachapi Range, where a lot of wind passes from west to east in America. California, we could actually do this. So actually saving carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide and sequestering it would lead to possible filtration packs that we could actually burn. This is an idea that I've been bouncing around for the past 30 years. I actually put some patents away, which I'm not going to mention right now, but some ideas that I tried to patent, but I wasn't able to patent them at the time. But I've got some really interesting filtration systems that I'd love to talk to engineers about developing that would help clean our air, both in our home, in our car, and in our country. So leading by example is clearly the best thing to do here than creating some sort of a scheme like Hillary Clinton has, which is wrong, to tax everybody for carbon. And livestock, like I said, is the real problem, not your car. Sound is back. We're up and running, Sancho. Thank you. Great link. I'll have to copy that. Let me take a look at this.
Thanks, Allura. Thanks, Sunstar.
Without
Thanks, Mad Dog.
significantly changing the technology of the carbon engineering prototype.
Cool. Yeah, it's kind of a neat idea. Love it. I guess the best way to get rid of it is get rid of us, right? Okay, here we come. Back into China, and we're going to change our background because this is getting disturbing. Oopsie daisy.
What is your stance on immigration?
Yeah, so we have a plan to actually give people who are illegal immigrants a chance to become a U.S. citizen
While in their own home country.
in their home country. We don't want to give them a free ticket like the Democrats want.
So that's going to require changing our immigration law.
Yeah. So we came
currently
up,
they have to have so much money in a bank account and come here and live in the United States for a certain number of years.
yeah. So I coined the phrase in 2008, fast track naturalization, which Obama copied in 2009 or 2010.
No, I have not heard of Dr. Keshi.
But it's nothing like what he wants. He wants to give people amnesty. We want to actually give them a chance, a pathway to immigration. Not, hang on. Okay, that's the concept that we have here at America's Third Party, is fast track naturalization. Go ahead. Yes, I do believe the gas prices are going to continue to stay right where they're at. The Iran deal is not going forward. Scissor Fight has got a link here. Hawking arm of inevitable killer robot. Ooh, interesting. No, I've not heard about that person, Commander. Yes, plants thrive on CO2 emissions. That's right. The conspiracy topic tonight is nuclear weapons. Why is Obama pushing for conventional war with countries that have nuclear weapons?
Good night, Tomato Girl.
Oh, good night, Tomato Girl. We had a bad chat session for her. She was... Okay, that's okay. Good night. Take care. She was great, but everyone around her was bothering her, so... Do you think this Chinese city was built by aliens? Let's take a look at that. Been a very informative evening. Good. Wow. Strange days indeed. Slightly north of Hong Kong Island, there once stood in one of the most densely populated places on Earth. From the 1950s until 1994, over 33,000 people lived and worked in Kowloon Walled City. Kowloon Walled City, and massive complex of 300 interconnected buildings that took up a city block. Caught between China and the British Run. Interesting. Okay, I'm not sure why anyone would live in a place quite like that, but hey, yeah, no, I don't think it's related to aliens.
Hello, can I help you?
Good. We've got an ionic smog-sucking vacuum upgrade coming.
Pardon?
This is great. Thanks for that link.
Hi, Damien. Yeah, it's Conspiracy Monday.
Damien. What do you have there?
Yes, go ahead. You have a conspiracy theory? Go ahead.
That link for Fairfax Underground has been disabled, sir. Kinky CP. That link doesn't work. Well, are we monitoring the YouTube Fcast? No, we're not. Is there something going on over there?
I think you'll have to just type it out, Damien. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to convert the deserts that we have in this country into rainforests and green zones. And American Pride 0001 said a really good statement. Wouldn't it be much better idea to use all the desert we have in this country to convert it into forests and green zones? Exactly. So what I'm going to do is bring in a hopeful idea, not this nuclear blast behind me. I'm going to show you guys our amazing ocean pipeline project.
Anonymous is in the Navy on a nuclear missile submarine and wants to know how you feel about our military manning and using nuclear missiles as a strategic deterrence.
Well, frankly, nuclear missiles as strategic deterrence would be a last resort. Conventional war is what Barack Obama is ramping up right now, so I would not go to tactical nukes. That's the next step that would push us closer to the brink of World War III. So we wouldn't want to do that. I would be hesitant to ever use a tactical nuke, if that's your question. All right. Just wondering. Oh, I haven't heard about that network, Mad Dog. Yeah. It's taking some odd turns tonight. So let me show you what this is. And let me get rid of a Conspiracy Monday. This is a way to actually bring water into that desert that this person's talking about. And what it does is it desalinates water. In the middle here is the seawater that goes in using renewable energy like solar or wind power water pumps. We put it in these chambers, and this is a fairly small plastic module, 11 foot by 7 foot, or 7 by 11. And the whole countryside would be speckled with these modules, all containment of seawater, evaporating on the inside of the dome. And when that water evaporates, lands on the inside and trickles down to both sides, and then we see a reservoir form. And you can see these reservoirs on both sides, right here and over here, in front of Sarah right there, of fresh water. There you have it. There you go. Good night, Sir Waffles. You're off? Okay, thanks for coming in, man. Take care. It's going to be BPA plastic free, and it's going to be made out of polycarbonate. And it's going to be very mass-produced, easily mass-produced, and distributed along the coastline of California, for instance. And we can start creating fresh water immediately. Now, I'm working on a new design right now.
Damien, are you ready to state your conspiracy theory?
We're not using this right now in California, no. No, nothing like this is being created right now. Except in Australia, another person's working on it. If you go to our website...
What?
Sandy Hook, yes, we have. David will talk about that shortly.
And he, yes.
You can check out oceanpipeline.com. This tells you all about it. Okay? Oops, I messed up here. That's got to be one of the most common mistakes I've made typing.
Yes, David has a whole lot of information about the Sandy Hook.
Okay, we got a question about Sandy Hook.
All right, I will take your question off the air. Thank you. Sandy Hook, go ahead.
Okay, Sandy Hook.
People are having a sleepover, watching your show, having fun.
Okay, great.
And then they started talking about conspiracies, and the question of Sandy Hook came up.
Good.
And he wants to know if you've ever heard about it, and can you help answer some of their questions?
Okay, sure, yeah.
Plenty of information.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Yes, we will address Sandy Hook right now. Yeah. Oh. Hey, you love kinky CP. What is that? We got a shout out here. Okay, as you know, the government is trying to militarize. And they put MRAPs. This is an actual military equipment apportionment all across the country. They positioned MRAPs all across the nation. 432 of these things. U.S. military federal vehicles are being distributed in your state and local governments. But they have a problem. And they have a big problem. 462 million registered guns. That's their big problem. So the elitists want to position all these vehicles in every city in America, but they don't know what to do with their plan of creating martial law. So they've got this concept that they're going to somehow disarm the country. Yeah, go ahead. Let her rip. Yep. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's going on? What's your question?
Their question was about Sandy Hook.
We got a caller who says that he thinks that volcanoes are man-made. Wow, okay. Go ahead. What's your question? Volcanoes are man-made? I never heard that theory. Yeah, that's pretty out there. Any other questions? I guess we lost it. Okay. All right, so they want to get rid of guns. So they've got this guy, Adam Lanza, who looks just like his brother, Peter, by the way. In 2009, Adam Lanza changed his name to Ryan Lanza. Peter and Nancy Lanza only have one son together. The Sandy Hoax is falling apart as a staged media event. Thank you to all your researchers who love truth more than anything and who did not mind to tell the initial ridiculous. Yeah. Very interesting theory that this is the same guy. I don't want to go there yet. I do want to tell you that Sandy Hook doesn't have any blood evidence in the Sandy Hook Elementary School to verify that there was actually a crime there. The FBI has reported that nobody died in 2012 in the Newtown, Connecticut area of a murder. So yeah, it's pretty much a lot of questions. Huge amount of questions about Sandy Hook. And you know, the state police in Connecticut took 11 months to come up with a crime report. And it was so heavily redacted, there's not a bit of blood evidence in the building itself or in Nancy Lance's home where she was allegedly killed by her son, Adam, who happens to look just like his brother, Peter. So yeah, there's a lot of questions here. No, totally different nose. Have you ever heard of a nose job? Now, that's not the best I can do. I've got a ton of information, but in order to get their big plan of martial law, they have to get rid of your guns. So there's a thing called a false flag, and many people believe that Sandy Hook is a false flag. Now, she just had a big day painting, and she's taking a break right now. Yeah, I don't buy the man-made volcanoes, hollow earth theory nutters. Yeah, I'm not into that. Just like I don't believe in aliens. Yes, I uploaded the video over the weekend. It's on our site. You can see our Solar Fest 2015 video in high definition. And you can also check out our 3-hour video in a coffee shop outside of Seattle. It's really fun. My opinion on Donald Trump is he's got foot and mouth disease. And he needs to get some sort of a vaccination for that.
My belief is Sandy Hook really did happen. I'm a non-conspiracy theorist.
She believes it happened,
and
yeah.
David's belief is that none of the kids died, there's no blood evidence, and that there was some kind of drill happening nearby.
Yeah, in Bridgeport at the time.
So that they could actually help train emergency personnel how to respond in case of a school shooting in the future. And David believes that the drill hit the news and actually went public and then became something that's like a real event, even though he believes it wasn't a real event.
Right. Well, the 9/11 tapes were released calling highlights of the event.
Newtown 911, what's the address?
It's 10 Dickinson Drive in Sandy Hook, Newtown, Connecticut.
Okay, what's going on at 10 Dickinson Drive?
It sounds like that. I'm
Damien,
in the hallway. I'm
what's
a
your
teacher
question?
in the school.
Okay, where
are you in the school right now? I am in the school. I'm in the classroom.
Okay, do you have everyone in the classroom and the door?
All of my students. The door is not locked yet. I have to go.
Okay, lock the door. Tell me, keep everybody calm, keep everybody down.
Yeah, we have a caller here who said that he was concerned about the evidence there. Is that right, caller? Thank you. Hello, Damien? Yeah. What's your question again? Go ahead, restate it. Yeah. Restate.
I just wanted to state that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Damien's having some mental problems. He can't formulate thoughts quick enough. But yeah, let's kind of recap here. Sound is on. I want everyone to know that Sarah is on record saying it did happen. She totally believes it.
I believe it happened.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's no problem.
I tend to believe mainstream media, which is probably, whatever, an issue, but...
Yeah. No, that's okay. It's not an issue at all. But you see her face here, and Nancy her body her outline of her body was never shown in the redacted footage. It wasn't like a crime scene, and I can't show kids on the screen, but the fact is the kids appeared as crisis actors, part of Jill Greenberg's actor lineup that she used, and she's an agent in Hollywood. She actually has these pictures of these kids, and if you really want to go into it. And I can't show pictures of kids on our show here because we're on Vaughn. They won't allow us to show that.
Okay, then.
But I can show
it off the screen.
Well, there's nothing on there. They can't see it. It was so small. It's not even there. Thank you. See how xenophobic she is about anything I put on the show? Go ahead and come on in. All right. So what our deal is I cannot verify whether there was a murder in that Sandy Hook location. I've looked through all kinds of data, and I cannot verify there was murders committed. Okay, we got a caller. Go ahead. What's your question, caller?
It's not so much a question, but I've got a friend looking into this.
You do?
He believes, and he swears that Donald Trump, in some of his hotel properties,
Yeah.
has been hiring illegal immigrants.
Oh.
I have heard that, and I have heard that.
I've heard that. Yeah.
Trump claims, like, it's in Washington D.C. is the most recent one, and Trump's like claiming.
That might be my friend, because what he's trying to do, he's trying to get all the evidence together.
Good.
Yeah.
Been videotaping. He's been, and what he wants to do is dump all the evidence at one time.
Good.
You know, and what he's doing it as a fail-safe if Obama gets, not Obama, excuse me, Donald Trump gets too arrogant.
Yeah.
That he's just going to blast them and expose him.
Good.
For all the illegal immigrant workers that he has.
Right on. Yeah, that's the freedom of press we need. Yeah.
I've known this guy for years. He was in the military. He seems like an upstanding guy. I don't think he'd have any reason. And he's very conservative, by the way.
Yeah.
He's a big supporter of Jeb Bush. So Jeb Bush is his guy. He has nothing really personal against Obama. He actually works has done maintenance for some of the properties, but he says that they're just littered with illegal workers, and he was just appalled when Trump had said what he said about illegal. So just wanted to throw that out there. So if you see information, drop about that.
That's in your friend. Good.
Knows a friend of mine, personal friend of mine, who, like I said, I came out of the military, know the guy for years. He has no reason to make this shit up. So I haven't seen the evidence yet, but just keep your eyes out.
There's a lot of people. Thank you very much for the call. Appreciate the call. Okay, we're good.
No problem. All right.
Thank you. Good luck. We are making people aware of the connection to illegal aliens and Donald Trump. And if this information goes viral, it'll be amazing.
Oh yeah, do tell your friend to make sure he gets names of people.
Yeah.
So then that can be verified by a third party.
American Pride. Yeah, he heard Donald Trump had illegals working for him in his company. Yeah. So the problem with Donald Trump, the foot and mouth disease that he has, is getting out of control. He's using all kinds of lowball tactics to get noticed, and he's basically ruining the Republican chances of winning, getting him as a nomination for sure. All right, so, oh my God, speaking of the 15, please, you're not, I'm not in any way going to raise fast food wages to $15. No, of course not. We're not in favor of adding a $15 minimum wage.
David has talked about maybe a $10.
Yeah, well, I have the same position that Obama has for a $10 minimum wage, but I'm not going to push the Republicans too far. What's your question? Hi. Hello?
What I think is that we need a living wage, and I would encourage a lot of businesses to look at having housing available for their workers.
Yeah.
If they were able to provide housing for their workers, they could save they would not have to, people wouldn't feel like they were not able to live on less than $10 an hour.
So dealing with housing crisis, that's the key. Seattle's $15 minimum wage law just came to bite Seattle in the butt. Check this out. This is from Fox. Hey, Damien, wait a second, just a second. As the push continues in various locations for a $15 minimum wage per hour, the real consequences in the world are happening. Seattle's the first city in the nation to implement it. Okay, there's lots of things happening. A booming economy throughout Western Washington. The state's welfare caseload has dropped very much. The higher wages began. Okay. I'm trying to get the fact that the restaurants are closing. Some managers have no longer encouraged customers to tip. Oh, okay. There you go. Leading to a redistribution of income. Wow. Okay, lots of things are happening. It's a math problem. I heard a lot of restaurants are closing. Okay, Damien, what's your question? Go ahead.
I was just wondering if you guys bought the whole chemtrails / like spiked water thing.
Fluoride in your water.
Yeah, water. Yeah. Yes, we are against fluoride in water, and I'm very concerned about chemtrails. And I've got so many people in our room that see them on a regular basis. So, and they're not contrails. They're not condensated water, condensed water. They've been tested. I've got a lot of videos I'll be playing tonight in the wee hours about chemtrails. I've got one scientific video that has been analyzed by scientists in Italy, And they've confirmed that, in fact, chemtrails are filled with all kinds of bad chemicals.
This caller.
Okay, we got another caller. Your next question, caller, and we'll keep you on the line, Damien. Go ahead, next caller.
Hello, my name's Christopher Poole. I was actually calling to talk to you about the Illuminati.
Okay, let's talk about the Illuminati. Yeah, what's your concern?
Well, my concern is about how far the Illuminati has gotten us under control. They control everything in the media,
Yeah,
from the politicians.
right,
I mean, it's obvious who they are and what they're doing in this world.
right.
They control everything on the internet. They control all the different chants.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing. We know the Jews are the ones that are the Illuminati. We know what the Jewish people are doing.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
you just gotta ask yourself: do you really believe that Hitler was wrong when we know what the Jews are doing to our modern day and what the Jews were trying to do to back?
Oh, definitely. Hitler was wrong, yes, because Jewish people are good people. You're talking about a select group of people that are Zionists that you're referring to. Hitler was so bad. I mean, he went after everybody. All Jewish people are good. There's some people of that group that are probably plotting to take over the world.
There's certain people within any subculture that are negative, and certain people within any subculture that are very
so
positive.
don't cast
So I wouldn't
aspersions on
judge
all Jewish
all
people. Right.
based on the acts of a few.
With the tribe of Hebrew.
All right. What was your question? Yes, we seem to have lost the caller. I don't want to label Jewish people as anything at all. Okay? I don't want to label anybody based on their race, creed, or religion. So bear in mind, yes, the Illuminati subset of secret people, you could start to say that, yes, there's a connection between the German Jewish heritage of the Windsor family and their connection to Hitler. So, and Hitler had half Jewish heritage, and he killed all those people that were Jewish and ethnic minorities from Poland and other countries. So, yeah, you could label anybody as potentially having that background, but it's not all people. So don't bunch everybody into one category. But yeah, we have a lot to concern ourselves with very powerful elitists who are trying to rule the world. That's the fact. We do know that they have the potential to destroy humanity, and they're using techniques that would appear like they're trying to pollute the planet. Chemtrails are one of them. We got a call from Robert. Robert, what's your question?
Hey, what do you think of the theory that Adam and Eve were actually extraterrestrials who traveled to Earth aboard a space ark piloted by Noah?
Very interesting. Celestial transplant theory.
Well, especially with the idea that actually it's more space travel instead of celestial transplant, because if you want to take it further, Noah could have stand for the current thing of Noah, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency, with the end of the A, wiped off a little bit to make it into an H.
That's
so, then it could have been people from the future going back in time to create Adam and Eve. I mean, there's been some videos, movies created on that premise.
Well, look at this.
Scholars claim that through the Freedom of Information Act, they were finally able to access a bunch of piles of declassified documents, official reports. They say that they prove a flying saucer once crashed into Mount Ararat in Turkey, where it is originally, traditionally believed that that's where Noah's Ark came to rest after the Great Flood.
Interesting, yeah. Well, if I could decide what this Black Knight satellite is, which is 1 mile by 5 miles in size, floating over the Earth right now, I would be able to answer your question, that we're, being watched from up above, but I can't tell you what that is, and neither can the government.
Our email is americasthirdparty@gmail.com.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Godzilla's head.
It's a strange, very strange satellite, and we've been seeing this since we developed telescopes, before the advent of satellite space capability. So it's very strange. Yeah, very weird stuff. So that's the one thing that is the bug in the ointment when you talk about alien or any kind of celestial transplant activity arriving on our shores. I just can't explain this satellite. It's still floating in the air. You can track it. There's a Black Knight tracking system out there.
Interesting.
Yeah, so, to even ask these big questions really is something that many people don't even do. So that's a good step in the right direction. But really the big question really is, how are we Americans going to stop the power of big money and the elitists that control our political system and pick their hand-picked candidates like Hillary and Jeb and Donald Trump? These people are part of the entire corporatocracy that we are all facing, dealing with. Well, look it up. It's the Black Knight satellite. Look it up, Ed. Check it out. So if you guys are one of naming names in the Illuminati, of course, the ultra richest family in the world is the Rothschild family, who own 160 banks around the world. They have trillions of dollars, and that's why we don't hear about them in the mainstream media, because they don't want to be known. They're not really that popular. But we do hear from them on occasion. We do hear, like Nate, I've got one of the Rothschilds right here talking about how they're developing weather tracking systems. And I think it's important to look at that, because we believe that they're behind the weather modification software and the chemtrail activity. I believe that.
The RMB situation, you mentioned a so-called currency problem. I mean, do you see the day in the next 5 years where it's fully convertible and flexible?
You had this downpour, I believe, in the last 24 hours, which has caused even people losing their lives, and situations like this. With the detail that we can put up through the technology that we give to the various weather stations, this makes people more aware of it. On the whole, it's a question of giving the opportunity. I mean, we have also launched an operation called My Weather, which gains access to the first truly personalized weather application.
Hang on just a second. Yeah, I'm doing great. Damien's on the phone again. We're having some transmission conflicts with him. But this guy, Rothschild, is actually creating myweather.com, he says. He's myweather.com, and he's so proud of it that he talks about it like he's, onto something. We're planning a weather modification program that's clearly tracking the weather, and then we find out that they're buying Sonoma County weather rights, water rights. I don't know. It could be Jacob. Yeah. Go ahead. What's your question, Damien?
Will do, Shrek.
I was just wondering if I could do 2 questions, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Take up too much time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You guys know that there's smaller scale conspiracy theories, like the smaller ones, like I said earlier, was like the fluoride and the chemtrails, and there's higher ones that take kind of a leap of faith, kind of like the lizard human people, Yeah. I just wanted to ask where you guys draw the line.
I draw the line at lizard people and reptilians. The government's been putting out COINTELPRO, which is a very strange behavior that's happening. What they do is they put websites out. They're doing this through the Allied Signal Corps. The U.S. Army has been in charge of this for some time. And they produce websites with reptilians and chemtrails on the same page. So it's designed to make everyone think that you're a whack job if you think chemtrails are connected to any nefarious, plan. Because reptilians obviously are not walking around among us, and if you believe that, you definitely are tilted. But the reptilians, if you believe our real Spaz Nation, you can believe that. But what I'm saying is, Rothschild, yeah. If these people want to confuse us, they're doing a very good job. So by putting out real pictures of chemtrails flying over our head, by modifying the weather, and by creating a very nefarious plan like myweather.com, we worked with all the people involved and created, you can just see they think they control the world, and they do control the world, so they just start playing with us. They're literally playing with us. And they'll do anything they can to depopulate. Now, what's your other question, Damien?
What's your guys' opinion on the Bohemian Grove?
Okay, Bohemian Grove is a secret society. Yes, the Rothschilds means red shield in German, but it's a Jewish family that lived in Germany for centuries and made tons of money, split the wealth among 5 of their sons a few hundred years ago, and now are worth trillions combined, 100 trillion at least, if not more. Right. Message is intercepted. We picked up your images and we were processing them as we speak. Thank you. So I believe the Bohemian Grove is a place where people like the Rothschilds gather to share ideas with other people like-minded. They have a secret owl ceremony. They have the compassionate care ceremony where people lose care for anyone. There's a lot of things that are happening at Bohemian Grove. It should not be happening, by the way.
Back in 2012.
It's been violating the Logan Act. Anybody talking about national politics or outside of our country with people outside of our country about their national politics, it's illegal without the president's written permission. So when somebody goes over there to North Korea and talks about, what's going on, they have to be sanctioned by our president, because our president doesn't even talk to North Korea. Dennis Rodman did not have written authorization that I know of, and he may have violated the Logan Act too. Cremation of care, thank you. The cremation of care ceremony conducted at the Bohemian Grove, thank you, Samizdat, is a plan to eliminate all your care for humanity. So when you go there, I've never been there, and I don't want to go there, but they sacrifice their care for humanity in that process. Okay, what's your question? Hi, Robert. Yes, question, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of the show on Nickelodeon called Bella and the Bulldogs?
No, I haven't. Ella and the Bulldogs.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, it's a show on Nickelodeon. It's aimed towards children. It's about a white girl whose love interest is a black boy.
All right, well, that's an interesting, thing. That's wonderful, but I'm not really here to talk about racial conflict tonight. This is Conspiracy Monday. Why don't you maybe pick Truth Tuesday? Go ahead. What's your question? Okay, we got a Trump hotel site. Immigrants are wary. Go ahead. What's your question? Hi. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. All right, so we got to eliminate anybody who has that in their name. You've been eliminated from the show. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrek. I'll have David read that email later.
You got comments about my hair? Why? What's wrong with my hair?
No, David's not upset at you.
I'm not upset at you. I just want to look at the Trump building that was just created.
Didn't happen, Mad Dog.
We just got a link from Scissor Fight about Trump having some blowback from the statement he made about Mexicans, many Mexicans being, he said that they were criminals and murderers and rapists. A Trump hotel site, immigrant workers are wary. For weeks, dozens of construction workers from Latin America have streamed onto the site of the old post office pavilion in downtown Washington and taken pride in their work building one of the city's newest luxury hotels. But that job site is now laden with tension after the man behind the project, Donald Trump, put himself at the center of the nation's debate over illegal immigration. Now, I've had a strong position against illegal immigrants, but not like Trump. He garnered headlines with all his money. Okay, but a Trump company may be relying on some undocumented workers to finish the $200 million hotel. There you go. Classic hypocrisy. Really sad. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, thank you. That's another one, Business Insider. Okay, wow, these links just keep coming. Well, we're not here to talk about Donald Trump. We're here to talk about resolving the problems with our country. He doesn't have any ideas. We do. Go ahead. And one of the ideas that we have is, obviously we talked about that, a plan to create a 1,000-mile border fence using non-U.S. citizens who are currently in our prison system. Now, our country spends $25 billion a year, or $26 billion a year, on the illegal aliens in our prison system. We can save that money by giving them a 2-month work status program where they make $1 a day, and they can walk away with $60 working on the chain gang, literally, on the chain link fence.
David will not be bought by lobbying. I think it's an advantage that David is an average American.
Yeah. Trump is controlled by lobbyists already. Yeah, he's already being controlled by the people that give him loan guarantees, the Federal Reserve. And they don't even have a lobbying group. They just make a phone call going, "Hey, Donald, I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse. You want another loan? we got to run you against Hillary to help Hillary improve her chances of get success. You're not going to win, but you're going to run and you're going to splinter this stupid third party that some guy named David Sponheim starting, you know? So he's basically trying to take over all the work we put in 7 years now into building a third party. And he's also stepping in grounds that the Republicans don't like because he's ruining their chances of getting the Latino vote. So this is a real serious game that Donald Trump is playing, and it's not pretty. And a lot of you have to realize we need to settle on a sensible plan, and a sensible politician, not a guy who's willing to throw us under the bus against China or Mexico or anyone else. We don't think that there's a connection right now. We don't know where Trump's money's coming from. Truth to You has said where Trump's money comes from is still a mystery. You're right. Now, about 4 years ago, Forbes magazine said that Donald Trump didn't qualify for the billionaire list. He sued Forbes and then somehow put together a $1.3 billion in assets. That was 4 years ago. Now he's claiming he has $10 billion in assets. No, Trump can go third on his own, but it's not unrelated to me. I mean, he doesn't even know I exist. I seriously doubt he even knows I exist. You got to understand, we've been censored by the mainstream media for 7 years. But we're not stopping because they're censoring us. We keep pushing forward and we build this party no matter what. What he does independent of us is irrelevant to what we're doing. I'm going to still pursue this with a vigor all the way to 2025 or 24 or 28. I don't care. I'm not stopping. I am stopped. Yes, we've been censored heavily on YouTube. I have proof of this. You go look at the blackface video that I did in 2008, the copied version. It's got the same number of hits as it had in 2008, 2009. Seriously. You see me on the blogosphere, but you don't understand. There's a subtlety here. I'm on the blogosphere. I'm not on the mainstream media. I've had zero time on the mainstream media. Trump, Bernie Sanders, Hillary, they've had hours in front of the American public. I've had no time at all. That's what we're talking about, the censorship. And even on the blogosphere, on YouTube, Google owns the backbone of the social network we know as Google. But the NSA is working through In-Q-Tel, a shell corporation, to buy up position and power within that company. Okay? That's what's happening. They locked my hit counter on multiple videos. I went from going 20,000 hits a week down to 20 on most of my websites, on almost all my YouTubes. I have 600 videos now on YouTube. I'm one of the most prolific YouTube producers. We are one of the most prolific YouTube people out there, but we get no cross-linking, no tagging, even though our tags are in place. So they've got some sort of a utility. They stop people from accessing us. Corporate fascism is at work, exactly. Well, they do that, Oma, because they don't want this to go viral. They're doing everything they can to stop it. Well, go ahead. Try it, Chemtrail. Yeah, go ahead. Try to do a test run and get me 50 hits on a video. Good luck. I've talked to numerous people who've clicked on links, and if it goes from the same IP address, it'll never click again. But if you go to another IP address, you'll notice it doesn't click again. Hey, I'm going to get my coffee and then come back and relieve Sarah of her time here. I want her to get more involved in the chat with you guys because she's got a wonderful personality. But right now, the nuclear bomb is not helping. And neither is the chemtrail cowboy. But this works. Any link you want. Start clicking my most recent video called Solar Fest 2015 and see what you can do with it.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Or you could do the Seattle coffee chat. Either one of those, you can take those and run with them. Well, Sammy's, considering we're working on reaching out to Americans because we're voting for, David is running in the American election, that would be very great. Which video? You want me to just choose one for you? Yeah, you like that human pasted? Okay, I'll give you a link and write down the hit counts. Not this one. Go to uploads. Here we go. Currently there's 13 views on here. I do have a YouTube link on my website. Well, it's funny in that video it starts with David dancing, so or the Solar Fest, but I think that one that I said would be a little bit better scissor fight, only because Solar Fest might actually go up on its own. Okay, that's a good idea, YouTube instead of that would be good. Your stepdaughter lives in Portland, Oregon, but you think Portland, Maine is much better? Yeah. That's probably a good idea. Still too lazy to sign up. I guess I'm still too lazy to work on the website. Yeah, that's a good one. Americans elect question 14. Jazz and Coffee, here's the link. Chemtrail pilot. Okay. If you say so, America is corporate. Do you hate the corporate state? Do you want someone who isn't fond of corporations, who's not going to be bought up by corporations? Then vote for David Sponheim. I like that one too. Still too lazy. Correct. You like the corporate state? America is corporate?
This is
You think the world is more internationalist today? Maybe, Sammy's. Well, why don't we just start with that one that I've been posting, Sammy's, considering I know that it said 13 views. Hello, Russian Bear. What do you have against capitalism? I don't have anything against capitalism. David is the man of the future, and David, actually, we wrote a book together called Hybrid Capitalism, because I like capitalism so much that I think that the government should compete in the free market. Thanks, still too lazy. There you go. Went from 184 to 186. There you go. You say our country was designed to provide water to a certain amount of people, flushing, water, washing, etc., but we allow people from another country to live here. So how can we accommodate for all that extra water usage? Well, we can do so with our ocean pipeline. That's how we could do that. Maybe a little bit later when David comes back, I'll hang up the phone so that you can call in. Thank you, something special. There you go. So, I'll tell David. I guess his view counters. Oh wait, maybe I have to refresh it. Because mine still says 13, but that's because I went back. 64 views.
Hello, everybody.
So there you go. I'll have to say, hey David, that works. The view counter works. The count is climbing. Interesting. I guess David's theory was proven wrong? I don't know. Because they haven't put a limit on his counter? Why they call me the non-conspiracy theorist? Oh, it'll be reset, you think? Do you feel lucky? I would say what David would support, he would like to see some welfare reform, and he sees he hears that a lot of checks are going to like multiple people living at one address, and he would immediately stop that by having only if there's multiple checks going to one address, he would only have one check going to that address, not multiple checks. It would be whatever the highest check is, that would be it.
Okay.
So David, this started out at 13 views this evening.
Yeah. And he's up to 50 more?
Yeah, and look, I don't know.
Because I had 64 views before the show started.
No, you didn't. You had 13.
Oh.
I opened this
today?
This 3 minutes ago and it had 13 views.
Are you using an IP switcher when you go click on it, or are you clicking from the same IP?
I don't know what the deal is, but...
And thanks for clicking on my link, yeah. Well, you know, maybe the new videos are unlocked. I don't know. But the old ones they just stopped. Yeah. Well, when you're a pro, you have an IP switcher. So how are you doing this? Well, that video that we just did, the third-party Seattle coffee shop, that was choppy because we were broadcasting.
They just wanted to test your theory that they limited your link counter, so they said, Sarah, choose a video.
Okay.
And I chose that video, and they said, make sure you know how many links there are, and there were 13, and it's gone up. So
I propose a type of obviously fracking is dangerous, but I propose natural fracking. I propose the concept of natural fracking. And natural fracking is 100% toxic free.
Do the one that's still too lazy to sign up pad. There you go. Click on that one. There's your one to test.
Yeah.
Because Still Too Lazy said that had only that had 50 views.
You know, the process of getting oil to bubble up from the earth is very dangerous because the current procedure of sending benzene into the ground actually creates vacuums, earthquakes. Oklahoma has had numerous, over 1,000 2.3 Richter scale earthquakes this past year. And Oklahoma is one of the most heavily fractured along with Texas. The fracking that goes on, they're not replacing it with water. So natural fracking involves injecting cold water in 5 or 6 places around a circle, and then hot water in the middle. It's that simple. And it doesn't displace the earth. It creates water, it fills where the oil pushes out, water goes in and creates a more absorbent sponge-like earth crust so that it doesn't create an earthquake potential, as well as the dangerous gases that benzene produces. So I'm proposing natural fracking, which is nobody else in the political spectrum is proposing. I'm the only one talking about this. And this technology has not been fully explored except by companies like Idaho National Laboratories. And I had a good conversation with the director there about 5 years ago, talking about the dangers. Okay, the one Still Too Lazy from 2012. So there's a hit counter that's holding our old hits down. Now, they may be monitoring this show right now.
They just tested one from 2012.
And it's working?
Yep. They started with 50 views, and now it's up to...
Okay. Well, thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. It took this long for you to hit on my videos. Do you realize what an incredible joke this is? Seriously.
Thanks for hitting on David's video.
Thank you. Wow. That's just not true. No. The blackface videos have been shut down. Those are the ones that were going to go viral. Right. Now I ask you to go here. There's another one I'll send you to.
Thanks, Zappy, right?
Yeah, let me take you to this one, and let's see what you can do with this one. Okay. Go ahead.
263 views, that's pretty good.
I want to say that this is perhaps the most politically...
Is that a joke? Seriously, you see, she just said a joke. It's funny. 263 views, that's pretty good. That must be a funny joke or something. I'm not laughing, but yeah, try that one. Thank you. The show entitled Bella and the Bulldogs is about an empowered feminist. Oh yeah, I heard about the white girl joining a boys football team. One of the other, yeah. Right. The whole thing is pretty messed up, Ninth Gate. Yeah, the whole racial tension divide, that's an artificial divide. And you got to understand that whole black versus white and, black men pursuing white women, that's designed to enrage you if you're a white man. No, I'm a heterosexual, so there's no question about my sexuality. Thank you. I like black people a lot. Yeah. In fact, I really enjoy meeting black people on a daily basis. Whenever I go out, we try to engage with people of all different colors. Whenever I'm out, like I went out recently to a restaurant, and I was trying to open conversations with people of all different racial backgrounds. Yeah, 300 plus hits is not great. Yeah, that video has been out for over over a year now. Almost a year. You get it, yeah. Now, there's a good possibility that the person who's got my hit counter locked is actually watching our show. So you may have just triggered them to remove the lock temporarily. And you need to try this out over a 6-month period. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to try to test my sites out whenever you can. All right, thank you. Yeah, it's not locked now because they're watching the show, you idiot. What the hell's wrong with you? I just explained that to you. Not all of you. You're all very intelligent, except for this one person who's an idiot. Yeah. Racial tension distracts us from the real problems. That's exactly my point. Derpa Jerpa just came up with it. Thank you very much, Derpa. Sarah, it's not nice to roll your eyes during a show like that, especially when I'm on. You just on camera rolling your eyes when I'm saying something. Do you realize that? Do you realize you just rolled your eyes while I'm talking? Do you realize that?
No.
You don't even realize when you're rolling your eyes?
I'll take a break.
Wow, I guess you're going to have to take a break. She doesn't even... Hello. Hi, can I help you? Yeah, she didn't even notice she's rolling her eyes on camera. It's like, wow, that's unreal. I don't have anger issues. Can I help you? Yeah, I can hear you. Wow, thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Well, nothing compared to what you're going to have happen to you. That's going to be like a light day for you. Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen to you, do you? Are you on? Hello? Hello? Yeah, a lot of things are going to happen to people. We're in a tough time right now. And when I am on camera talking about important issues, and Sarah's rolling her eyes, it's like, what's going on? No, seriously. Yeah, were you just rolling your eyes on camera? That's a question, yeah. Well, was she rolling her eyes? Yes or no? I will get over it. I just want to know, was she, yes, she was rolling her, no, she wasn't, yes, she was, no, she wasn't?
Yes, I was.
So she was rolling her eyes during a time when I'm talking about something important to me. Seriously. Now you're beginning to understand how difficult it is to start a third party. Yeah. People are always flirting. Go ahead. What's your question? I'm doing good, yeah. Aside from the death threat I just got, what's your question? Do you have a question, or what are you on Ludes or Valium or something? Hello? He's got brain lock or something. He couldn't talk. There's no head scar? Yes, there is. I did a head scar for blackface. Yes, absolutely. That's pretty crazy, I know. You know, I'm up against all obstacles, including, you know, dealing with rolling eyes on my show. She was rolling her eyes at the chatters, in your opinion? Okay. No, I don't need to join. I don't smoke. Well, for you not to believe that we've had a locked hit counter on the blackface video is kind of absurd, since you've never seen the video. So it's like, okay, she's talking about something she doesn't even want to watch. Sarah does not approve of the blackface. I completely respect her opinion, and I in no way want to force her to do anything. In fact, she can just say no. She can just say no to the blackface video. That's fine with me. I am not in any way trying to promote racial hostility. When I made the blackface video, I simply wanted to impersonate Barack Obama. And I can't do it in whiteface. Well, make no mistake, Jonathan. Well, make no mistake about it. Let's be clear. I'm up against all obstacles. Go ahead, Jonathan. What's your question? Yeah. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right. Good to hear people like you are noticing this stuff. Thank you. Take care. Okay, we got confirmation. So I understand that I didn't have everybody's approval in doing a blackface impersonation of Barack Obama. I'm not acting crazy at all. How is this crazy, and what makes you some sort of a psychology expert? They are locked. They were just unlocked for you. Try this out next week. Try it out next week. Thank you, Chemtrail Pilot. Try it next week when they aren't watching. Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. Yeah, what is it? Oh, I hear you, man. I know, man. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know, man. I hear you, man. We have a certain protocol. Look, I do the cooking around here. I do the cleaning. But thank you. All right, take care. Wow, stereotyping women now. Guys are coming out of the woodwork because they personally don't want anyone, to roll their eyes and flirt on this camera or whatever, But I don't have a problem. Whatever you want to call it, Sarah. I mean, what do you call it when you roll your eyes when I'm talking? Yes, go ahead, Charles.
Flirting, obviously.
Is it flirting? Well, what is rolling eyes? Can anyone explain what that means? Because apparently everyone's seeming... What do you mean let it go? I'm working this till it's like to the bone, home. I just rolled my eyes. No, you're a ridiculous control freak coming in here calling me a ridiculous control freak because you obviously are calling the pot calling the kettle marijuana. Go ahead. What's your question? Hang on. We got a real official discussion here on Sandy Hook. What is it?
Okay. So basically what I'm thinking is, by the way, my name is Christopher.
Hi, Christopher.
Get cancer.
And you have cancer. Okay, Christopher has some serious mental problems, and his biggest problem is he doesn't understand that people have freedom of speech in America. I know a lot of you liberal Obama-tards and Democrats who voted for Obama thinking, well, make no mistake about it, I'm going to help every one of you. And now you're wondering why you're sitting there with your mom's $20 bill you stole out of her purse to buy crystal meth. And so you call me up and say I should die or something. I mean, that's nice. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, James. What's your question? Are you flirting with me? Because I'm not gay.
That's not my question.
All right, what's your question?
So how do you feel about having a black man as president?
I love the idea. As an integrationist, I think the first black man was we broke the ice, but we got the most incredibly corrupt black man on earth.
That is absolutely true.
All right. And as a strong American, I am offended that Donald Trump did not sue Barack Obama on his birth certificate. I don't have the money to sue him, but Donald Trump sure does. He's got $10 billion he pulled out of his ass the past 4 years. All right. Yeah, where did the $10 billion come from, Donald? We want to know. Show me the figures. I'm really kind of curious how you went from $1 billion to $10 billion in 3 or 4 years. Oh, we got another call. It's been very popular tonight. Okay. Yes, Robert, go ahead. What's your question? Thanks. I appreciate your concern, but believe me, I understand the depth of this entire situation. It's very well handled. Don't worry. No, she's not. And I'll tell you something. I personally have incredible patience. And you know I've shown Sarah the utmost respect on our show. You realize that, right? No, sir, you're clueless. You don't have a brain. You're an Obama-tard. Why don't you purge your... I'm going to purge it for you. I snapped at her because I had no idea she would show disrespect by rolling her eyes in the middle of our show. While I'm making a discussion about the hit counter, which, by the way, Scissor Fight has confirmed, has been stuck in place for the past 2 months. Thank you. No, man. Scissor Fight, hit refresh, whatever. It is incredibly complex what's happening. Allied Signal Corps is watching this show right now. They have their finger on a button. They can easily toggle up or down on hit counters. That's the only real explanation for why the hit counters are frozen most of the time until you guys come in here and say, yeah, see, I'm going to make your hit counters. So a guy named Chemtrail Pilot, of all things, comes in here and claims somehow that he's going to hit the hit counter. And what makes me think that this guy, working for the government as a chemtrail pilot, mind you, isn't just the guy on the hit counter? No, I'm just saying. I mean, you can't really know why the hit counter is locked. But this guy obviously thinks he does, because he's a chemtrail cowboy.
There's too many of you down there. That's what I've been told. You're rough to meet your maker before you get too old. Yes, I'm a chemtrail cowboy, proud of what I do.
So, for all I know, this guy is the government basically flipping the switch on and off. Yeah, go ahead. Sarah does support the platform that we have. What's your question? Go ahead. Hello? Nope. Nobody there. No, I'm not on anything. No, I'm just saying, look at... Let me ask you, if you were doing a show and you said something and the person sitting next to you rolls their eyes when you're talking to them, talking to the audience, would you think that there's something, you know, there's an incongruity here? Seriously. Well, there is. Sarah and I never agreed on any of these issues of conspiracies. You get horny when somebody rolls your eyes? We never agreed on conspiracies. She even fought me in creating the Conspiracy Mondays show. I'm not homosexual. She even fought me on this one. I had to fight to take on conspiracy theories in our show. So tomorrow night, we're actually going to do a Truth Tuesday where we talk about the 9/11 conspiracy of the World Trade Center attack. All right. There you go. Get to work, chemtrail pilot. Show me how many views I can get. Come on. All right. So anyone watching this show who's working for the government, for instance, or for Google, could easily shut down or start my hit counter with the flip of a switch. So if she wants to roll her eyes, that's perfectly fine. I don't care. Say I'm sorry for what? I just confronted her about her rolling her eyes on screen. I mean, what about that is a... Seriously. What do I need to apologize for? What did I do? Oh, come on, chemtrail. Chemtrail pilot says he's not stupid. He's a chemtrail pilot. He's dumb as an ox. Look at this.
Well, I couldn't care less for my family, and I don't give a fuck about you.
Exactly. He doesn't care about his family or anybody else. If you think that's verbally abusive to just accuse somebody of rolling their eyes on screen, wow, you got everybody around you thinking you're all politically correct. Hello? They're not. What do you mean? I've been doing 7,000 shows, or what is it, 6,000 hours of broadcasting, 2,000 shows. And it's just getting better and better. Yeah, I just confronted her about rolling her eye on screen. I mean, that's not a big deal. I mean, you guys are attacking me because I asked her about her rolling her eyes on screen. And one day I handed her a phone and she wouldn't hold on to it. And I was like, oh, dude, you're like a bad person for saying anything. I guess I really am in a fishbowl here. You know, I'm beginning to believe that I'm being watched by something here. I'm not sure what. Oh, yeah, the camera. There it is. Sarah and I are not married. God, you guys are just so incredibly sexually frustrated. You want to live your life vicariously through me. And now you think you've got an opportunity to attack our room. God, this just gets better and better. There's not a lot going on in your head, is there? Many of you don't even ask questions. That's why, oh, we don't want to talk about conspiracies, Dave. Well, that would be bad. Maybe people might become aware. No, I'm not controlling anybody. This is free speech. Anybody who attacks our show will be banned. Politically slammed or yelled at. I basically said, were you rolling your eyes on screen? I mean, that's a simple question. I mean, come on. I'm not hurting anybody. That's a quote, Mr. Hanning. You guys are so just incredibly frustrated. You want to live your life vicariously through me and accuse me of being a bad person. I've never done anything bad to her at all or anyone. This is crazy how some of you people literally, yeah, it is slander against me. Calling me a psychopath, Malika, after all the time I've spent here with you? I just had to ban Malika. Yeah. Yeah, people want conspiracy talk. Hello. Let's talk about the Illuminati controlling our movie stars and how we've got people literally talking like walking puppets, like our president. Well, let's be clear. Make no mistake about it. I don't know if these people are controlling their minds. Listen to Britney Spears with an interview with Diane Sawyers.
We've had a rough year. We've had a year that would test a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Illness in the family. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
A breakup. This
what's your question?
Spasm of publicity about what happened from Mexico.
We'll talk about
London.
that in a second. Hold that thought.
It was pretty rough. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty rough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Weird. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hello.
Hello.
Ew. Strawberry.
Strawberry.
Yeah, it was a weird.
Wow.
Ew. I'm embarrassed. Can we?
Oh. Okay, so clearly she was really, really unhappy. We've got a person on the phone here who wants to talk about the 9/11 attack. Go ahead. What's your question? What's your question?
Well, I was just wondering how you felt about the conspiracies.
Yeah. I'm open to questions about the 9/11 attack. The thing is, we have a show tomorrow night dedicated to this. But I'm a person that does believe that detonations occurred in those buildings, which raises the big question: why would they have planted bombs in buildings?
Oh, okay, you can stop talking now.
I could stop talking now. Okay, we'll continue tomorrow. Great. He's running the show from the phone. You know, if I can't speak my mind, I'm no longer living in a free country. Now, a lot of you commies that I'm fleshing out of here, calling me names for simply asking Sarah if she rolled her eyes, you're showing your colors right now, your commie colors. I see your commie behavior, and I see how you're trying to stifle my freedom of speech. It's not hijacked. I read 6,000 words a minute. It's not a big deal. yeah, what did the Baghdad battery do? And why did the government cover it up? Well, that's a good conspiracy theory, almost funny, yeah. Yeah. So, Scissorfied just found it. Yep. The third party Seattle Coffee Shop chat 2015 is now frozen at 165 for him. There you go. Case in point, Scissorfied's proven again and again our hit counter is frozen. I'm telling you guys, don't listen to a chemtrail pilot talk about how I'm not having problems with censorship. I mean, you're literally taking the word of chemtrail pilot and some guy named Spasmodic in here, when clearly, Scissorfied's the key guy that you got to really listen to here. I'm not making anybody cry. Sarah can roll her eyes anytime she wants on our show. She really can. Every time I speak, she can just go, yeah, right, sure. What's your question? How do I feel about Arabs? That's a good question. I feel good that Saudi Arabia's helped keep the price of your gas to, what, $3 a gallon? What are you paying in your area? $2.20. Yeah, you can thank Saudi Arabia for that. Okay. Going to Dover, keeps calling me a freak. That's hurtful, and I'm going to purge you and give you one last chance to stay in the room, because we got rid of Malika, who's obviously some extreme left-wing commie. You'll keep paying $2.20, and that's a good rate, by the way, if you understand that Saudi Arabia is our ally. Okay, thank you. We're talking about a hit counter and how it's frozen on YouTube, and how it's been censored all these years. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. All right, you're listening to the F-18 flying above my house. They're flying above a populated area of 50,000 people because they don't give a crap about you or me. They're willing to put 120 decibels in the air above my house. That's an F-18. It is locked, Anticrisis. No. You're paying $4.35 a gallon in California, and he's paying $2.20 in the Midwest somewhere. You see the unfairness of this whole thing? Anyone who says statements of absolute insanity here will be banned, just so you know. No, there's... if this is about getting a rise out of me, you can't get a rise out of me. This is me not actually responding in a way that is different than any other way I've responded in the past, 6.5, 7 years now? Okay, I'll go look. Thank you. My death threat counter is on, and I've received over 52 death threats. Southern Louisiana got $2.19. Wow, that's amazing, Sunstar. I met a guy, I'm not going to mention names, but I talked to a guy for 45 minutes at that restaurant that I went to. And he was in the tech sector in the right in the heart of the Microsoft, Google configuration Seattle. And he works on architecture for e-commerce. So he's an architecture coder. It's interesting. It's just, I'm the kind of guy who can open up a conversation with anybody, anywhere. That's the kind of person I am. I have no inhibitions whatsoever when it comes to talking to people. Now, many people are intimidated by that, and clearly some of you found it extremely offensive when I simply asked Sarah if she rolled her eyes in front of the camera, which is just a simple question. And I got a good answer. And she doesn't believe anything I'm saying about the hit counter, and that's perfectly fine. No, she's totally understanding the situation. Sarah and I do not agree on issues of conspiracy at all. And she even said that before she even sat down. And that doesn't keep me from loving her. I love her as a person. Just because we differ, I'm trying to help you guys out in all of your relationships that you're involved in. Because if you think if your husband raises his voice or your girlfriend gets pissed off at you, it's the end of the world, there's nothing to apologize for. If you think that's the end of the world when somebody actually confronts you, you must have the mental capacity of a chandelier that's about ready to break. I mean, I really feel bad for a lot of you people who are like right on the edge of crying. But the reality is, you can't stand there and just deny somebody the right to free speech. You just can't. All right. I want everyone to know, however, that I have a separate YouTube site specifically for my stuff. There it is. You can click on any of the links you want, and they're pretty funny. And if you want to go to the site that Sarah and I agree completely on, and we're 100% in agreement on our website, americasthirdparty.com, we don't have any conflict whatsoever on any of our issues. You'll notice that there's no conspiracy theory on that site at all. Because we believe that in order to forge this third party, you have to come from 2 or 3 different perspectives and bring those people together. Thank you, Sister Fight. We got proof now of 165 counter arms. There you go. We've locked up, folks. It's locked down at 165. It's got a limiter, so no matter how many times you click on it, it'll top out at 165. Interesting. Thank you so much for that. And this has been a real good test of the American Censorship Network. This is just a test. Welcome to the American Censorship Network. I'm not the censor. I'm just the messenger. I'm here to tell you you're being censored. There you have it. I was dancing, Kenny. It's on record. Okay, thank you. Well, you know, let's not make a big issue of this. It's an incidental issue. We got other things to deal with. Chemtrails, fluoride in our water system, endless wars by the 2 parties, GMOs in our food causing tumors. What else? Oh, gosh, yes. The idea of forced gayness upon America, that's a really good one. The concept of us being forced to be gay now. Kind of like the song Born Free. You remember the born free as, well, it's kind of like born hetero, forced to be gay, invited to gayness wherever you go. Yeah, something like that. That'd be fun. Well, that's what's happening. We are dealing with the existence of promiscuity, homosexuality, everywhere you turn. And now they're endorsing it. And the Supreme Court decided that they wanted to make America gay. Yeah, I'm a great singer, I know. I turned down a career in singing just to be with you. But yeah, look at this. Born gay. Yeah, so that's all people think about now. And many young men are facing this constant male sexual identity issue, where they don't know whether they're straight, gay, or transsexual. And the whole purpose of this is, and you're probably not going to get this right away. Hi there, everybody. The whole purpose of this is at the very heart of conspiracy theory. Okay? And no matter where you turn, you run into this concept, regardless of who it is, whether it's aliens that are doing this or elitists that are doing this. They want depopulation. They've got you believing that the earth is too crowded. They somehow made everyone believe that. So they simply want to use gayness as a way for you not to have kids. Kenny, you just lost your position here. Phone's on. Okay, what's your question? Go ahead. Yes. Oh, the picture of it's the Statue of Liberty. Is this Christopher? I recognize your voice. Are you Christopher? Okay, go ahead. What do you want to talk about? Okay, well, gay people don't have children unless they adopt. Okay, so that's one way to stop people from having children, right? Do you get that? Okay, thanks, Scissor Fight. They unlocked it again. They can toggle it off and on. Hang on. Yeah, why does the government allow growth hormones to be accepted into cows without regard to our health? Good point. Very good question. Go ahead. What's your question? Hey, you want to go public on your voice here? Okay, great. All right, we're on the phone with Shrek, one of our big supporters from Arizona. Thank you, Shrek. Wow. So, what do you think about this push for, the Supreme Court ruling that even though it's a separation of church and state out there, and they shouldn't have any ruling on a marriage, they are saying that everybody should be married. Anyone who's gay should be married in any state. I accept that because, frankly, I don't care one way or another. But I don't like the government.
Honestly,
Go ahead.
honestly, I agree with you. I mean, the government should not get involved with anything, with that aspect. Along with the thing that's going on in California right now, where California actually just passed a law where you can't say husband and wife,
Right.
No offense to the gay people, lesbian people, whatever, but
I know.
They tell you that if you don't like what they're doing in public, holding hands, making out. I mean, personally, I don't want to see two dudes making out on the corner. But if I was to say something, use my freedom of speech, they would say, well, if you don't like it, turn around, walk the other way, or, don't pay attention to us. Now, the same aspect can work, if in California, if you don't want to hear the word husband and wife, cover your damn ears.
I know. I can't believe it. Jerry Brown pulled those words out of the document for marriage. He claimed that husband and wife were somehow discriminatory. That was his wording, discriminatory. Whereas gay husbands, it's just
in schools, they're not wanting to say children. You're not allowed to be referred to as a child.
Yeah.
I mean, if a little kid wants to come up to you and say you're a purple penguin, you're a purple penguin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Jerry Brown doesn't understand freedom of speech, and that's why that's why our government stopped Amazon from selling Confederate flags by the same token. We're dealing with that same thing going on. Unreal. Yeah, so let me show you what Thomas Jefferson wrote many years ago. The first consideration in immigration is the welfare of the receiving nation. In a new government based on principles unfamiliar to the rest of the world and resting on the sentiments of the people themselves, the influx of a large number of new immigrants unaccustomed to the government of a free society could be detrimental to that society. Immigration, therefore, must be approached carefully and cautiously. Now, this is our great, hi Shrek, this is the great President Thomas Jefferson that many people may not respect. I respect him immensely. And I believe that these are good, solid words from our former leader. Chemtrail, you are psychotic? Oh, you're accusing me of being psychotic? Do you really want to stay on the show? Because you'll be banned if you want to continue keeping your name in here. And I make perma-bans. They are part of the show. Yes, I'm going to bring up the HARP program right now.
Jake Barnes. Okay. I got the caller's voicemail. Goodbye.
Jake, you can call back if you want. I'll be waiting. Yeah, so we do an extended show because we want people to talk about things like HARP, which is our next topic of discussion. Now, if you're wondering why we were talking about chemtrails earlier, it's because HARP has a known connection to chemtrails. Okay. Guys, I'm having a good time. I mean, I don't understand why you react. Have you ever met a person? Ed, thank you, but our country was formed as a Christian nation, in case you didn't know. Deal with it. Have you ever met anyone who couldn't handle the truth? Well, you can't handle the truth. Okay, we got a call from Jake. Go ahead, Jake. What's the question?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Jake Barnes calling. Listen, I just had a couple of questions that I can't get answers to at all.
What is it?
It pertains to these exercises with Jade Helm.
Oh, okay, great.
In particular, with all these, with all the secrecy of all this.
Right. Yep. The secrecy is a good question. Yeah. What's your specific question? Anything in particular? Because it's very upsetting to me. Jade Helm is. But let's talk.
Well, in particular, this entire operation, how people are saying that everybody's moving all this military equipment to the West Coast, and I saw something else pop up, and not a lot of people are talking about it. It could be a conspiracy theory, but people are saying that on September 23rd, there's supposed to be an asteroid hitting off the eastern seaboard of America.
I know.
So I'm
Yeah.
a little curious about that.
Yeah, I don't believe the asteroid theory, but there is a high-level memo from FEMA to NOAA that sounds just like that they're anticipating a major event, a big event in September. So that's where that story propagated, in case you're wondering. Okay?
Okay.
There's an actual memo tracing the FEMA letter to NOAA talking about the dangers of an event. And it's kind of a serious thing. So, hey, if we are at a high probability of a satellite or some sort of a collision with an asteroid, and they don't want to tell the American people, only to save us from panicking, they're not doing a good job. So they're more than likely, they're just trying to mess with our heads. I think Jade Helm is a psyops to test the ground, test the waters. It's like testing the waters. When you run a political campaign, I'm testing the waters right now for a third party. So I can tell you that they're going to test the waters for martial law.
Yeah, I can tell they're testing for martial law.
Yeah.
Now, I come from a law enforcement experience, but I won't divulge, on my
Sure.
on my agency.
No problem.
But there has been a lot of talk that they're beefing up all this policing with armored vehicles and stuff, but they're policing it, or they're starting to stage all this out west, and it's unsettling. But at the same time, you really got to wonder what's going on out there. Who is, we are the people, but they don't seem to care about it.
I know. Well, the fact is, the only people listening in government to the American people is the NSA. They're watching and listening to everything. So yeah, a good link to the Fumes video. You guys are giving me some support there. Thanks. Hey, it's about time you guys clicked on my videos, and I want to thank the Allied Signal Corps for pulling my hit counter off temporarily to make it seem like I'm not being censored. That was really a clever idea. Thank you. But now, when you want to, reinstate the hit counter and start the censoring again, feel free. I really don't care. This campaign is not predicated on YouTube hits. If we relied on the virality that's controlled by the social media giant we know as DARPA, and these people control the backbone of Google and Facebook and whatever else, if we want to, rely on them for virality, we're going to be completely lost. We're relying on word of mouth, people talking about a third party, this show getting buzz. You can call it paranoia, you can call it whatever you want. I'm not paranoid. And just because somebody may possibly be accused of paranoia doesn't mean people aren't out to get them. Okay? So, I mean, you're really taking this extreme thing to, because you people are not willing to think the reality is the censorship goes on in our country. And I can cite a video in 1975 that Frank Church talked to the CIA directly, and they said that they were censoring and monitoring and writing news stories. And if you think for a second that isn't happening, 1975, the full reveal happened, and we know for a fact that that's what the CIA does, okay? And I want to thank Frank Church for his work there. Here's Frank Church. Let me just give you a quickie here. Senator Frank Church, everybody, talking about the mind control that's going on by the CIA and the control of the news.
I thought that it was a matter of
MK Ultra.
Yeah, it's it advanced to MK Ultra. Let me go up.
That planted stories intended to serve a national purpose abroad came home and were circulated here and believed here because this would mean that the CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country. Now, we're looking at that very carefully.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who submit pieces to American journals.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
At CBS, we had been contacted by the CIA. As a matter of fact, by the time I became the head of the whole News and Public Affairs operation in 1954, the ships had been established, and I was told about them and asked if I'd carry on with them.
We have quite a lot of detailed information, and we will evaluate it, and we will include any evidence of wrongdoing or any evidence of impropriety in our final report and make recommendations.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to the national news services, AP and UPI?
Well, again, I think we're getting into the kind of detail, Mr. Chairman, that I'd prefer to handle in executive session.
Senator, do you think that you named the news organizations in your final report?
That remains to be decided.
I think it was entirely in order for our correspondents at that time to make use of CIA agent chiefs of station and other members of the executive staff of CIA as sources of information which were useful in their assessments of world conditions.
Would you say that continues today?
Well, I would think probably for a reporter it would continue today, but because of all of the revelations of the period of the 1970s, it seems to me that a reporter's got to be
Yes,
much more
hi, AJ. What can I do for you?
now, or he runs the risk of at least being looked at with considerable disfavor by the public. I think you've got to be much more careful about it.
Okay, hang on. We got a good question here. What's your question? The rich are controlling the government. Yeah, I agree with that. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to know why the rich are controlling the government and distracting Americans from things like Obama fast-tracking the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Obama's been purposely trying to subvert that plan for some time, but you're not going to get any motion out of the Republicans because they don't have the political will to overturn him, even though they control Congress. So you've got a lame duck Congress and a lame duck president, and nothing's getting solved. What about that is difficult to understand. I mean, that's basically what's happening. We have never created a party of our own, and the elitists have every reason to depopulate. They can replace us with robots anytime they want. The very same people that have made all their money on the backs of your family and mine and the consumers in America are now about ready to get rid of humankind itself and just keep the earth for themselves. And we have one option. We build this third party and we stop them in their plan, their nefarious plan to control our nation and use it as their police force around the world. Now that's my plan, is to break up their plan.
I totally agree with you, but
Okay. Okay, here we got a person was making 6 or 7 years ago, he was making more money. Hang on a second. 6 or 7 years ago, he's making more money than he was making less money than he is now, but he felt like he was better off with less money. Now, explain that. How is that working for you?
well, I think the reason is because if you take a look at the charts and you take a look at the data, the price of everything, inflation as a whole has been going up and up and up, but nobody's getting paid anymore. I mean, minimum wage has basically stayed the same.
You're right. In 30 years, minimum wage has stayed the same, except for a slight adjustments. Yeah. Never meeting with Bilderbergs. No, I don't plan on meeting with secret societies. As your president, I am your representative. I won't be doing side deals like Obama. I don't plan on building a Cayman Island account like Obama. I'm not planning on making money doing this. I'm doing this because I believe our country is in dire need for honesty. And a top-down restoration of this country is probably the only thing we can muster in a short period of time. And the thing is, if we don't start awakening more and more people to the need for a third party, we'll never get off the ground because they've got everything stacked against us. They've got a controlled election process, completely unfair to minor parties. They've got the media under their control. I can't even get 1 second of mainstream media, and I've been doing 6,000 hours of interactive broadcasting with people in America every single night, except for Sunday. So we have got a clear obstacle, and it's up to you, the voter, to spread the message and build a grassroots online campaign here. Any other questions from you, caller?
David,
Yeah, if things go the way they are, America is going to be a third world country. I agree. Yep. Good point. Anyway. Microsoft released Windows 10 for free. It could very well be riddled. Microsoft, let me tell you something about Microsoft, and I thank you for the call. You can call back anytime. Microsoft started on government contracts. Truly. Their entire company was predicated on government contracts. The entire growth of the Microsoft platform had the government at the back door working on the code. It's the worst code ever. You get updates all the time, and it never seems to end. Our show on Saturday was interrupted with a Windows update of 9 updates. Right when we started our computer, we had 9 more Windows updates. That's why we were a half hour late. Thank you, KK. Whatever your name is. Okay, what's your question? Go ahead. Your name's, go ahead. Name's not important. What's your question?
Yeah, so, what?
Your name is important. What's your question?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, my question is, do your milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard?
Milkshakes, what? You have what? Repeat that.
Does your milkshake bring all the boys to the yard?
Wow. We got a homosexual, folks. You know, they're propping up all over the place now. They're coming out of the woodwork, and they want everybody to become gay so that the depopulation can go on. So behind the scream of Jade Helm and the fear comes the gayness. That's just crazy. Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Thank you for the link. We have people calling in, folks, that are just, they're obsessed with homosexuality. Is that you? That was you? Okay, we got a good link here from the 9th Gate. Thank you. And this is right along the same line of what I'm talking about. How the NSA access was built into Windows. Look at that. Thank you. Go ahead. What's your question? I'm reading this article. Yeah. Well, build a stash of food, Billy, in your house. You're going to do that? Yeah, start with food. And well, yeah, you got a closet full of food. Okay, any other questions? I did, yeah, thank you. Hey, by the way, folks, I'm not against homosexuality. I just don't want it used as a ploy to depopulate. Wow, look at that. Okay, Shrek, I'm reading here, a careless mistake by Microsoft programmers has revealed the special access codes prepared by the US NSA has built into every Windows program. Now in 1980, or actually I think it was 1990 that they said that the Pentium 1 would not have any NSA backdoors in hardware. But the NSA access system is built into every version of Windows operating system all the way back to 95. The discovery comes close in the heels of the revelations earlier this year that another U.S. software giant, Lotus, had built an NSA help trapdoor into their Note system, which is also a Microsoft product now. Wow. Okay, what's your question? We're on the phone with Shrek.
Yeah, so real quick, Dave. I know you don't get into religion and everything else, but
yeah.
Some have speculated, a lot of conspiracy theorists have speculated that Jade Helm, during the 8-week process that's going on right now, could be leading up to the rapture that could happen in September. Your thoughts on that, sir?
Well, you know, the idea of rapture, as much as that is an offshoot of many Christian beliefs, may very well have roots in the fantastic idea that could very well be manifested with technology. Now, hear me out for a second. We could be fooled by some sort of like an appearance of bodies floating in the air. I mean, I know that sounds a little weird, but it's completely within the realm of holographic capability. So holographic capability can create images of bodies flying in the air. So people could go, oh my gosh, I'm next. I'm going into heaven. I mean, this is rapture. So they could create almost panic in the world using technology. Whether it's, now I'm not saying whether rapture is possible or not. I'm just saying that it could be a perversion of technology that happens, and they use that as a chance to freak the world out. So I would say don't overreact until you believe something strange is happening. That's my take.
Okay. And my next question, you were talking about Microsoft, Windows, Microsoft. As you know, I believe here the next day or two, Windows 10 should be dropping. Do you believe that the NSA is also going to be in on Windows 10?
You know, they were in on every Windows operating system according to this 1999 article. I would say that, yeah, they're going to be in on every single, and the newest one, by the way, is a terrible memory hog. So you're looking at probably 2 gigabytes of your RAM getting sucked up just starting your operating system. So, yeah, an extra 2 gigs to run it over Windows 7. Windows 8 runs the extra 2 gigs. So if you guys are on Windows 8 right now, I don't think it's a big deal to upgrade to Windows 10. I hear it's got a really good program. Makes people like it, but yeah.
Windows 10 or Windows 8 was extremely horrible. I think it was Windows 7 or Windows 8 was extremely horrible. But
Windows 8 was the one that really, yeah.
Not Windows 10, but
right.
Yeah. Anyways, all right. Thank you for taking my call, Dave. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night, Shrek.
Call from
AJ.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice, press 2.
Yeah, go ahead. AJ, are you on?
Yeah. Hey, what do you think about, I mean, have you heard in the news lately about all these people that are going to jail for, like, traffic stops and stuff, mysteriously dying for no reason? It's been all over the news. I mean, I read probably 10 articles in the last 3 months about people mysteriously dying, you know, for minor drug offenses, for traffic stops, for, whatever.
I'm not.
What do you think's going on?
I have not heard all of those reported sightings. I know that police brutality is up big time, and they're out of hand, these cops are. You're right, Stannis. 635 brutality deaths, and people were unarmed against the cops this year alone. That's serious. And most of those people were white people, even though obviously there's more white people in the country demographically speaking. But this is an example of police brutality unchecked by a president with any real desire to change things. He's not going to help black people or white people or Mexicans or anybody. He's basically all about police state. Obama is the article of the police state that they're using him as a puppet. They're killing people of every color. Yeah, color, black, white, but whites predominate in America still. So they've got a higher number, but disproportionately more of them are white, over and above the population change.
I don't really care about the black people, but honestly, I mean,
yeah.
It's just so many of these unexplained things going on nowadays.
Yeah. Unexplained, yeah.
I just don't know where to turn.
Well, let's start with getting accountability. I mean, there have been 14 holistic doctors died recently in the past year of unexplained deaths, like falling off cliffs and, being beaten up, an unknown gunman, these types of things. But holistic doctors are dying. And I did some research last night on that, and it turns out that they're all discovering the cure for cancer. That's the strange thing. Breaking. Why holistic doctors? 7 of them died. 5 are still missing over the last several weeks. There's a lot of things that are not making sense.
That's cool. Yeah, that's really interesting too. Over the past couple of years, even few years, I've read various articles about, Germans, for instance, have found a cure for AIDS. In other countries have found cures for cancer, things like that. And then you never hear anything else about it. It just kind of disappears, goes away.
Yeah, it's really messed up. The cure for cancer has been developed. They've come up with a technology that actually prevents the cancer from forming. But the weirdest thing about this is the doctors that have found this out are actually discovering that the cause of cancer is in vaccines. And that's the thing they don't want anyone to know. The cause of cancer is in vaccines. There's an article, there's a complete reveal here. You can probably check this YouTube video out. I'll give you a click to that.
Can you make that bigger?
Yeah, I can, but you can just check the link out yourself. I don't have time to really look at it. But yeah, their vaccination issue is so huge that these doctors are being offed. And the technology behind it is very disturbing.
I'm sorry, David.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have to disagree with you.
Sure. Sure. Whatever. Yeah, you can disagree with me. Oh, yeah, some of them are really good. Yeah, vaccines are... No. No, they're not. No. The chemicals have mercury in them. Yeah, the chemicals have mercury in them. Thimerosal. Squalene and thimerosal have the mercury in them. Hey, look, I could talk to you at length about this, but we're going to respectfully disagree on this one, okay? Thank you. He's against the idea that vaccines are in any way dangerous. I agree that some of the vaccines have been excellent. I mean, they've cured major disease. I don't disagree there. But the vaccination science, let me explain what happens when a vaccine is created, okay? Most of the vaccines in America are created from a green monkey cell that was created in 1957. It's been replicated in petri dishes, and all the labs are using it to create hybridized, attenuated vaccinations. This is how they do it. They take a petri dish filled with contaminated virus that's been seeded with this green monkey cell. They pull it out and inject it into an egg. You know, a common egg. They set it on a shelf for 45 days. They incubate it. Then they suck a portion of that egg material out and stick it in a syringe and do it like doot, 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 doot. And so they've been doing a lot of this stuff. But they could also inject a product called thimerosal in it in order to stabilize it and control. It's a colloidal mixture, and it has mercury in it. So they're willing to put mercury in your children, okay? There's no reason for them to use a stabilizer with mercury in it. Essentially, it dumbs kids down if they're hit with a vaccine too soon, too early. Now, I agree that basic vaccine should go out by the age of 10. But there are a couple that they give to people at the age of 2, to children at the age of 2. James, what's your question? Go ahead.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. What is it? All right. Host name, Glory Hole Foundation. Yeah. We're going to pull off the glory thing going on here. Obama guy. Yeah, don't keep posting that crap. All right, I'm going to purge you, and this is your last warning. Thank you. And anyone with the name Casey in it will be initially purged. Thank you. Okay, now we're good. No, I don't like cheese pizza. I have relatives that invite me sometimes for cheese pizza at their house. It makes me want to puke. Yeah, they think they're saving money by ordering a cheese pizza and having us put like olives from their refrigerator on there. It makes me want to puke. It's disgusting. No, I do not work for any government agency or any corporation. I have no connection whatsoever to the corporatocracy. I'm building this campaign as your representative. 2/3 of this country want to do something. I will move in your direction. I'm building the grassroots campaign online, and we do this against all odds. I had people coming in here calling me paranoid tonight. I have no history of paranoia. I have people coming in here saying I'm abusing Sarah, and I'm not. I just simply wanted to know if she was rolling her eyes while I was saying something. It's that simple. I mean, this is not that big of a deal. But we are building a political movement, and they can't stop us. That is a big deal. Because they cannot control everything in the world, they can kill off doctors, pioneers that lose their lives who help thousands heal from cancer, who have access to cancer-curing drugs. They can kill the messengers, but the message is out. They can't stop the message. And the cure for cancer has been out there for some time now, believe it or not. One of these genetic labs stumbled upon it, and they've been targeted by the FDA now. Now that's written in this video. If you want to go check it out, you can click on the link. I can't go into it right now. Yes, go ahead. What's your question? Well, I hope to become president, but what's your question? What can I do for you? I'm going to legalize marijuana. Well, look, I'm trying to make more opportunity for people who are upset that they're predominantly Jewish people in the media, and Jewish people in the banking industry, and Jewish people in healthcare and legal areas, but we're not going to be prejudiced against Jewish people. We just want more opportunity for all of you to become doctors, lawyers, bankers, or whatever, media moguls. It's not about punishing people, it's about opening the door of opportunity. Good night, Hog Slammer. Thanks for coming in, man. So don't take the Jade Helm thing too seriously, but it is kind of a psyops to freak us out. And as far as HAARP is concerned, that is the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project, which has been duplicated around the world with these what appear to be antennas. And they're able to actually flux an electromagnetic current through the ionosphere and change weather patterns. Okay, I'm going to open up guests for the remainder of the show, and we're going to do an extended broadcast because I want to hear your opinions. And I'm not going to stand around and say, hey, don't get me alternative opinions. I want your alternative opinions. But I will ban people for disparaging us, demoralizing us, denigrating us. Thank you. Overhauling the justice system is going to be incredibly difficult, Grand Poopah, Bob. We're going to actually try to work toward getting an impeachment process going against the Supreme Court. But we'll have to work through channels within government. Legislators are going to have to impeach the Supreme Court. Their recent decisions are completely bizarre. Citizens United needs to be overturned. Corporations are not in any way individuals. That definition is bizarre. The recent ruling for allowing same-sex marriage in every state is bizarre because there's a separation of church and state. I don't have a problem with gays marrying in any state they want, but there shouldn't be a state involvement in this. Many states are going to nullify their involvement in marriage. States will no longer issue marriage certificates. So it won't even be a problem, won't even be an issue. I have smoked marijuana, and I enjoyed it, and I will make sure it is legalized for recreational use as president. This will also lower the cost of government by $25 billion. That's how much the DEA costs to do interdiction around the country to prevent marijuana growers. Like last week, there were 100,000 pounds of marijuana seized by the government and destroyed. That's a cash crop. That could have led to a tremendous amount of revenue in any type of edibles or hash, or would be sold worldwide. We are literally destroying profits. That's how stupid this country is. I don't smoke, I vape, but thank you. If you support marijuana legalization, you definitely want to get behind this plan. This is not a gimmick. This is a plan to save the nation. And I would never initiate a Jade Helm operation as president. I would have canceled that and told the Army to bag it. And we would never allow the UN into our country. But apparently the two parties have one thing in mind, and that is depopulation. You know, I'm a very vocal person. I'm a very upfront person. I don't mind actually confronting things as they appear, as they happen. And if I have to ask Sarah if she's rolling her eyes during the show, I need to know that. All right. Okay, I'm going to ask you, Ultra Dave, to not do that anymore. And anyone referring to the Dewdrop Inn hasn't been there. I'm being rated by 4chan right now, folks. So I'm going to turn guest off. But I want to thank 4chan for coming in and actually in getting involved in our show, finally. Now, if you could click on my YouTube videos, that'd be great. Let's see how far you can go on this. Because right now, my hit counter is like a joke. Get busy, guys. You want a third party? You want to legalize marijuana? You need to get me elected president. Thank you. Oh, it's Channel 4? Okay. Hi, Channel 4. Welcome. 4chan is some sort of an organization online that, you know, likes to hack and attack and troll. Yeah, Jade Helm is a psyops put together by our government. No big deal. Here's an article about Sir Esteban. Go ahead. What's your question, man? The last time I smoked marijuana? Probably, I would say, well, I'm going to say probably at my last party I went to. Hang on, I got another caller. Yeah, somebody handed me a joint, and I normally don't smoke it like that. Yeah, we should get in a conversation about marijuana with a couple callers here. Okay, callers, what is your question?
Last time, when was your last party? Like, when was the last time you smoked marijuana?
Well, I vaped it recently, okay?
Well, when was that?
It probably, yeah, I believe it was last weekend. Yeah. I had a vape because I was feeling a little tired, and I wanted to kind of take it to the next level, so I vaped some indica. Have you ever vaped anything like that? Have you ever tried vaping? Have you ever vaped anything?
No. No.
Okay, so you take it raw. Do you smoke marijuana?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so basically you're killing off all the cilia in your lungs, designed to keep out toxins. So you need to start vaping or something, in a state that legally allows it. I don't do meth, no.
Alright, ban all the juices, remember.
You ban all the dudes, okay. Well, this is the kind of interaction we need. Thank you. Wow, this is amazing. Okay, I got so many things happening here. Let's take a look at this one. From Scissor Fight, exclusive video shows Hillary Clinton boarding a private jet just hours after launching a global warming push, and she's using a French aircraft that burns 347 gallons of fuel every hour. Oh my gosh. Look at this woman, the hypocrite we know as Hillary. Scroll down for video. And she's pushing her agenda. You know, I really am getting tired of this. And then we have another story about Israeli students getting $2,000. Hi, Roche. Can you unban an Enclave, Dave? Yes, I can. Thank you. Hope that works. Hi, Roche. No, I don't have a phone ban on anybody right now. Sam is dad. I don't really have a phone ban on, but we are going to have to open up our radio show one of these days because it's getting to be overwhelming. So there's so many people interested in the third party, and I'm really glad that you guys are finally waking up. Thank you. Okay, Israeli students to get $2,000 to spread state propaganda on Facebook. Look at this. They're doing it in Israel. They're doing it in America. They've got propaganda plans by our government to control the media. And I just showed you that link that Senator Frank Church put together, revealing the CIA's control of our and censorship of our news media. Hello. Okay. Yeah. What's your question, Foreskin?
Hey, what do you think about black people?
I like black people. You know, I've really had a number of good relations with black people. I met the costume designers for White Men Can't Jump. And I thought that was really kind of amazing that I had a chance to meet them. They're really wonderful people. And I got to know them very well. But I was a little concerned that they were writing a movie that kind of, you know, said white men can't jump. So that kind of surprised me. But I didn't say it was racist or anything. And I never judged those black people for making that movie. And I support free speech, so there really isn't much of a discussion here. Yes, what can I do for you? Yes. Are you over 18? You sound like you're not allowed to be on the network if you're under 18 here. Are you watching us on Battlecam? Hello? Okay, that's why. Okay. I can't answer your question right now, but you want to, I can't answer it online, but what is your question? I'll talk to you privately. What is it? All right. Under 18 is not allowed on Vaughn. Thank you. John, what's going on, John? Masonic lodges, yeah, the Illuminati Masonic groups, yeah, what about it, man? Oh, you're talking about the Israeli Mossad. Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about Masons. Okay, well, what's the question about the Mossad? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think you're making this up. Thank you, though. Okay, hundreds gather for unveiling state. Yeah, I heard about the satanic statue in Detroit. What isn't that? Isn't that? Well, this is free speech too, but. Okay. Are you over the age of 18 or 18 or over? No? Yes? Hello? No. Okay. Okay, I don't want to give this much airtime, but this is pretty disgusting. A little before midnight, a crowd of 700 people gathered in an old industrial warehouse a few blocks from the Detroit River for what they'd been told was the largest public satanic ceremony in history. Adherents to Satanism, they have the right to freely worship whatever they want in America. Yeah. So aside from their plan to turn our nation into depopulated gay people, they also want to push for Satan to be their deity. So that's an interesting little side note to American history in 2015, isn't it? Yeah. They're totally sick, I'm telling you. But obviously people have the right to believe whatever they want and worship whatever they want. So I'm not trying to tell people what to believe. I'm trying to make sure that everyone understands we're not going to be able to appease all of you who have religious bends. But we can look at your political issues. Now, if your freedom of speech has been denied, talk to us. We want to hear about it. If you're a Christian man who supports your Confederate history and wants to put out a Confederate flag and doesn't like the government not allowing sales of these Amazon products, we want to hear from you. Seriously, your freedom of speech is being stifled. Why would I allow a Satanist to gather in Detroit when they won't even allow Confederate flags on Amazon? Seriously, of course you can sell and purchase Confederate flags. I would never, ever stifle your freedom of speech. Sarah just took the night off. It was just, she rolled the eyes when she said that my hit counters were stuck. She doesn't believe that that's happening, that I'm even being censored. I've been challenging all different types of traditional belief systems in our show. I've been challenging political organizations in our show. I've been getting in the minds and the faces of a lot of people rather quickly in our show. I've been talked about by senators in American government right now. People are mentioning me all over the place, and not necessarily in good ways. And she doesn't believe that. She also doesn't believe that my video has gone viral internationally. It has. I'm a big deal across the world. Various countries are allowing the video to be played. So the censorship has been going on right here in America, the land of the supposedly free and the home of the brave, and apparently the undemocratic nature of censorship is happening right in front of us. I'm big in Japan. I've got people right now from Japan that would love to come in and chat. They're guests. I can't allow that because I'm being slammed by guest chat right now. But yeah, I'm big in Japan. And I have a plan to stop the terrible leak. And this is kind of a conspiracy theory because what's interesting to note is the Fukushima leak outside of the plant there that's still leaking into the ocean. And here's an artistic demonstration of what that leak entails. This is what happens when you do a stranger in the you-know-what, Larry. Well, you're all getting done every day when you walk outside and breathe the air laden with gamma rays, cesium, uranium, and plutonium. They call that corium. So right as it's touched our shore, we're now seeing the death of 14,000 otters. This is serious. I'm not making this up. Well, the sound is designed to be creepy because it's radiation. The music is dank, and it should be. It's radiation, folks. Ninth Gate has a video. I'm big in Japan, big in Japan. Play the music. I can't. They'll knock my video if it's longer than 23 seconds. They'll say I'm borrowing the music or something. The otters, 14,000 otters and sea lions. Yeah. Other questions? I haven't, no. No, never heard of them. Are they religious people? Okay. Oh, really? Oh, you think I'm being attacked by somebody? I've been on the internet for the past 7 years. You know.
Show and everything, it actually came out that they were just basically they're just trolling everyone else.
Oh, okay.
They were doing it, just for fun. The Jesus chat line
Thank you.
With Richard Burns and Stephen Chilton, they were doing it for fun, and that's kind of what this feels like. I mean, is this real?
Yeah.
Are you actually real and really doing this for real, or are you just doing this for the fun?
No, I've been.
Have fun with everybody.
I appreciate your concern, but I've been doing this for the past 7 years and getting nowhere in the mainstream media. But I've grown immensely through international traffic and what people are talking about. Word of mouth is spreading. That's why we're doing this, and that's why we're succeeding. But if you didn't see this in the whole 7 years that we've been doing the show, you wouldn't think that this was real because you think it's like a joke or something.
This is the first time I've ever actually heard of you, and so it's an obvious, decision for me to make as far as you being affiliated with Richard Burns or Stephen Cho with the Jesus chat lines.
No, there's no affiliation at all. But thank you for calling. Sorry to hang up on you. This is the deal. I've got a lot of chatters in here with a lot of questions. We've only got 20 minutes left to hit points on conspiracy issues, okay? But depopulation is at the heart of all conspiracy issues. Always remember that. I'm not censoring anybody. I'm just knocking people out that are very derogatory toward our show. We're building a consensus here, folks. If you hate us and you say so, I'm gonna ban you, okay? It's not censoring. I'm culling the flock, if you will. I'm trying to get people to want a third party to be in the show and help promote us. Your questions, even if you disagree with me, are welcome. Why do you shout at Sarah? I guess I have a tendency of shouting because I was yelled at all my life as a child. And it wasn't like I was doing anything wrong either. I had a very loud family. That's the best way to describe it. It's kind of like the Loud family. Hey, give me a drink of water. But it was a very verbally intense upbringing. Let me put it that way. And I was a shy kid. I actually was accused of severe shyness at one point. It's not abuse. No, when I asked her if she's rolling her eyes during the show, I really just didn't know. If she's rolling her eyes on camera, I needed to know that. Because I'm not always looking at the camera. I'm not watching myself like some narcissist. So I didn't know if she's rolling her eyes. I just needed to know that. Sarah doesn't agree with any of these issues on conspiracies. We've already gone over that. This is your last warning, Mr. Atheist. I'll take you out. Yeah, now the homosexual issue with Boy Scouts is now front row center. Let's bring it up. Let's see what's going on the board here. Yeah. New York, New York. The Boy Scouts of America on Monday ended its blanket ban on gay adult leaders while allowing church-sponsored scout units to maintain the exclusion for religious purposes. The new policy, aimed at easing a controversy that has embroiled the Boy Scouts for years, takes effect immediately. Okay, so they're going to be able to hire homosexual Boy Scouts as scout unit leaders. Okay, interesting. Adult leaders are going to be gay. There you go. So you got that, the net effect, the tumbling snowball effect. Okay, so David, what is depopulation? Good question. I'll answer that real quick. We're going to ban you, Kutsky. Yeah. Thank you. No, the Lemon Party doesn't have the policies that we have. We have a comprehensive policy to build jobs in America. They don't have any ideas at all. We have tons of ideas. Go to America's Third Party at gmail. Excuse me, that's our email. americasthirdparty.com and check us out. Thank you. It's like crazy, man. It's a rough night. Yeah, thank you, Expired Food Chef. Did you get any good pieces of meat tonight in the expired food section? What kind of meat did you get? Liver? Expired liver? I wouldn't get expired liver. Go ahead. What's your question, Jimmy?
Hey, yeah, I had a question about the depopulation thing. I don't know if you've actually heard about these people. They're a secret death cult or something along those lines. They're called the Jesuits.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
According to the Book of Gale in chapter 3, verse 8, they're actually working on some kind of plan with the Freemasonry. And they're trying to depopulate the world, basically.
I know, and that's why we're talking about depopulation tonight. Let's talk about the Jesuits for a minute. One of the leaders of the Jesuits, named Hans Koblenbach, was one of the primary leaders of the Jesuits. Hans Koblenbach said that we stand, you'll have to kill the Jesuits if you want to stop their control over the government. They believe that they have control over the government. Go ahead. Yes.
Exactly, man. I mean, I agree with you 100%, and I appreciate you, picking up the phone and letting me ask my question.
No problem. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry to have to hang up on you, but this is the deal. I am extremely savvy in every single aspect of your concern about conspiracies, and that's why we have a show, Conspiracy Monday. I'm willing to touch base on any of these issues as president, in fact. I'm not going to shirk the issue and say, well, that's just wacky. I won't do that. I won't be like Obama. Yes, go ahead. We're on the phone with
David
Shrek.
Hey. It's Shrek.
Yeah.
Hey, you were talking earlier about, and I don't want to go back to that satanic sculpture.
Me either, yeah.
But, with freedom of speech allowed here, or not being allowed here in the United States, as it's been taken away, all the Confederate statues people are wanting to take down, Mount Rushmore, they're wanting to take off the face of the planet. Why is it that no one has written our government and said, we don't want this statue going up?
Yeah, because they probably wrote them and nobody even bothered to respond. Every day, our officials are getting letters from everyone, and they're going into relegated to a garbage can. Every day, the answering machines at your state representatives and your U.S. House and U.S. senators are going into a recording thing saying, thank you so much for your input. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. Or, we really appreciate your comment. We're taking all of our voters' concerns seriously. I mean, these are the kind of things they have on their rotary system. It's just a total brush off. We got glad-handers, cronies, and prostitutes running our country right now. They all bought into the whole idea of making money on the government dime. We don't need to pay state officials. We should actually have them working as volunteers, like state legislators. It should be a volunteer job. And we're not going to have the money to pay them in the next 10 years, seriously. So they're going to have to really think of a new solution at every state in dealing with their payouts for their cronies that keep getting elected, lying to the American people. Big government sucks, and small government is corrupt. There's a lot of problems right now, big time.
So as our future president,
yes,
you see all this going on. You see the gay marriage thing going on. You see satanic statues going on. You see, symbolic Confederate, statues threatening to be taken off of, landmarks and everything else. What would be your role in that position?
Yeah, well, I support the idea of anybody wanting to get together and do whatever they want, as long as they're not children or brothers and sisters openly engaging in consensual. We want it all, basically, do it, whatever you want to do it behind closed doors. And the government shouldn't be involved in marriage. So, I mean, whatever people do behind closed doors should be their personal private business. I'm not a libertarian, no, I never was, but you could define what we are as centrists, right in the center of the political spectrum.
Now, going back to, the statues going up and, historic statues being wiped off of, wiped out of our country, what is your take on that? Do you feel that that's free speech? Do you feel that that's just...
No, I mean, the free speech protects free speech protects their positioning of a satanic statue in Detroit. Free speech also protects your right to hold a Confederate flag out in front of your house or on your website. So I'm not going to in any way stifle free speech. That's the most important foundation that America was founded on. My relatives that landed on the boat right after the Mayflower actually needed to have a place to engage in their religion, which was different from the Anglican religion in England. So they came here and predicated this nation on freedom of speech, which also includes freedom of religion. So if you want to study, if you want to support your belief in anything, maybe you're a religiously active atheist, you can do that. But not you. You're not an atheist, but seriously.
All right, Dave. Thank you very much for taking the call.
Sure. Thank you, Shrek.
AJ.
Okay. I sent a voicemail.
We missed you, AJ. I am not government-sponsored propaganda, Cooks Tootsie, and I told you you're just running your mouth off tonight. How do you? We've been running this political movement for the past 7 years on a shoestring. We're 100% FEC compliant. You can see all of our records right up in front of your face. You just go to fec.gov and type in my name, David John Sponheim. And you will see that we've complied with every single law out there. And we will continue to comply with every single law out there. Tomorrow night, by the way, is Truth Tuesday, where we take on the tough issues of 9/11 and the fact that the oil companies are purposely making our cars inefficient. So we're seriously concerned about that. We know that 100, 200 mile per gallon tanks or cars are definitely, out there. I didn't mean tanks, I meant cars. I don't think you get 200 miles per gallon on a tank. Bradley gets about 1 mile per gallon. Okay. Okay, I'm waiting, Joseph. What's your question?
Okay, well, how do you feel about Elvis Presley not actually being dead?
I have the same feeling about Michael Jackson. Elvis Presley's casket weighed, 60, 80 pounds? More than it should have. It was a refrigerator. Yeah. I can't tell you whether Elvis Presley's alive or not. I can't tell you whether Michael Jackson is alive or dead. I can't verify it. A lot of things look a little suspicious. But thanks for your question.
Okay, well, how do you feel about having hot, fat dick and...
High five? Well, high five to you, too. What's your name, Dick? Thanks, Dick, for calling. We got a call from Dick tonight. This has been great. Well, yeah, Whitney Houston's child died yesterday. Brain dead for how many weeks? That whole Whitney Houston thing looks like a hit. She doesn't look like she killed herself. Yeah, I don't necessarily believe that either, that there may have been foul play involved, like drugs. Well, you seem like a communist, still too lazy. You want the government to give you everything. You're either that or an anarcho-capitalist. Yeah, go ahead, Adam. What's your question?
Feel about Whitney Houston's daughter dying the same way that her mother did.
It's very seriously, it's tragically coincidental, and it implies that maybe there was an Illuminati hit against her too. All right?
Yeah, dude, I completely agree with you.
Okay.
Also, Bush 9/11 123
Okay, thank you. WWW. We had too many W's already. Maybe we had George W. Now we got Jeb W. Is his middle name Jeb W? People die fighting for democracy. Laura and I never did anything. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. All right. Speaking in tongues, walking in time.
It's really more of a, kind of a more philosophical question. Why are white people always so lonely? Do you notice this? Like when you're out in public at an outlet mall?
Yes, I have.
Like Asians, they always travel in groups or pairs, talking about laughing. Mexicans, black, always travel in groups or pairs, talking about laughing. White people are usually alone.
Yep, that's because everyone's suffering from white guilt.
They're on their phones, they're a sad look like they don't want to be there.
I know. White people are suffering from what is called white guilt. It's a serious thing. It led to the presidency of Barack Obama. They somehow believe that they're responsible for the slavery period in America. Oh, they feel bad about Native Americans being killed, even though most of them killed each other. So I'm really concerned about the white guilt factor. And now I understand there's now a video on MTV where white people are apologizing for being white. Have you heard about that?
No, I have actually not heard about that.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I hear there's a video out there. You heard about that, Septic Flesh. Yeah, it's amazing. They're apologizing for being white. They're just like, oh, well, I'm sorry.
I have actually seen I have seen an article where white people actually go to this camp and they pretend to be slaves and they volunteer to get chained up while their black masters march them around while the white people wear shirts saying "I'm sorry." Have you seen that?
That's got to be it. Is that it? Is that the deal? I mean, I don't even know. I mean, is that what they're doing? Okay, my mouse has got 6,000 clicks in it, so don't worry, it'll make it. It's I love these shows, and I want to talk about uniting the country, not dividing the country. So let's try not to focus on racial hatred tonight, because I am an integrationist, as you know. And all these shows are recorded, so you can watch them over again if you want to verify everything. But yeah, thank you for calling in. I know that white people do appear quiet.
Jews and I don't like.
I know you don't. I can't help you with that. Yeah, Chemtrail Pilot. Did you make a phone call to the Allied Signal Corps and tell them that to shut the counter on during that time period? Because you seem pretty knowledgeable. After all, you're spraying chemtrails in our skies every day, and you don't seem to care. So here's a guy. He's a chemtrail cowboy who comes in here. He's a pilot. And he wants to just pollute the entire atmosphere, and then he says that I'm not encountering censorship. Oh, we're going to believe you. Okay, we'll be playing that in just a bit. Chemtrail Cowboy on tap for the 10 o'clock hour. And we'll be playing a lot of conspiracy videos that are really intense. They're talking about Sandy Hook being a false flag, because we touched on that. That's an amazing story. We got a long video about all the things that just don't add up about Sandy Hook. We're not going to take any more calls right now, but tomorrow night we will be available. And we want to ask white power to ban. You're spamming, so I'm banning you. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to track all the information I can. Scissor Fight has something on nightmare chemtrails. Wow, okay. We'll play that a little bit later too. And there's a story that just came in just a second ago on proof that the Denver airport is one of the most evil places on earth. Now, if you don't know, Denver airport is 8 floors down and the largest airport in the country. I'm not tracking Dindu shooting. I'm going to check into that. Thank you, though. I'll look into that. Yeah, check my timestamp when I got pissed off and Sarah, basically, raised her eyes when I'm talking online. Right. But I wasn't that pissed off. I was just kind of curious. Was she raising her eyes? Yeah, run that clip. Play it over and over again. And then edit it and run a video on me in a negative fashion and promote it everywhere you can. Be sure to have references to americasthirdparty.com. Thank you. Call the video Man Actually Speaks His Mind on an actual chat show. Yeah, thank you. Apparently it's so rare for men to actually grow some testicles and speak their mind in this country that... Well, I didn't know what she was rolling her eyes about. That they've been trying to emasculate all you men. And that's part of the deal, too. They want to make you feel like crap and demoralize you. Oh yeah. They'll do whatever they can to screw this country up. But yeah, this is the Denver airport. It's got this weird horse on the front of it. It looks like one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. And you might as well, assume that Denver airport is a underground facility of some sort. Very strange. Having recently been stranded in Denver for 24 hours, I can tell you anecdotally that the place is hellish. Wow. Exit arrows point at each other instead of outside. Corridors lead to nowhere. And security checkpoints seem to disappear mysteriously as you approach them. As you drive into the airport, you're greeted by a giant horse with glowing red eyes, and one of the terminals is decorated with a massive statue of Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god of death. Yeah, I mean, wow, this looks like a pretty good story, so I'm going to actually give you guys a link to this. Thank you for presenting that link earlier. I managed to catch it in the room. And you've got a weird board there, Raid. What do you got? Okay, I don't know. I really don't want to go there. Yeah, I can't even validate that link. Yeah, thank you. Denver Airport is the mother of all Walmarts. Ooh, there you go. The detention center is central. Well, this whole thing was done in the 1930s. As you know, Hitler implemented depopulation. There's a discussion tonight on deep underground military bases. DUMBs. I'll take a look at that too. We'll probably play that show for you. Spawn Trump, are you brain dead? He says, actually, Dave, the horse stands for the wild horses that still remain in the country. Oh, man. Boy, you're really out of it. So I'm not asking everybody to be conspiracy theorists. I'm asking you to open your mind to the fact that our country's censored. We desperately need a third party. We can't get around it because the two parties can't save any money at all. They can't cut the budget whatsoever. So yeah. But on final note here, I'm going to give you guys my solution to Fukushima. Not good. Hang on. Okay, that's the Chemtrails Indigo Skyfold from Holland. Okay, good. Okay, here's the plan I want to implement for Fukushima. This is it. You can leave the show with this and tell your family that somebody's got an idea to save all of you from radiation. And that's a simple plan. I'll tell you exactly what it is right now. Okay? The current Fukushima reactor is still in terrible disrepair. It is exactly like we left it 3.5 years ago. That crane is still sitting there trying to pull spent fuel rods out. They aren't stopping what is going on. And there's a reason why they're not stopping what's going on, because inside of this machine or this building is a process that's going on called the Wigner effect. Now, the Wigner effect was developed by a guy named Wigner in the Manhattan Project. And what's going on is there's a black soot forming in this building that is literally turning into toxins of such high level that I can't even describe it. So this entire Wigner effect leads to depopulation, Wigner. Okay? So this thing is breaking down as the wind goes through it. And what's going on, it can be arrested and stopped immediately if we cover it with a large mound. Now, I have a plan to actually build a large mound using robotic tractors. We'd have to get Japan involved in this, of course. But the robotic tractors would create a large mound over this terrible reactor. Now, the reason why TEPCO hasn't fixed this problem in the past 3.5 years, the nefarious reason would be that they want to depopulate and get that Wigner effect to kill off the rest of the population. But I actually want to put an aircraft carrier. See this? This could very well be the USS Forrestal, which is an aircraft carrier that our government is currently breaking apart in Galveston, New Mexico. Or Galveston, Texas, sorry. So I want to put that Forrestal right there to block the exit of the Fukushima Bay and Daiichi plant area. This is a big, huge blockage. It'll be unmanned. It'll be put there with tugboats running robotics because the water out there is extremely radioactive. The idea is not retarded. It's a very intelligent idea. And you have been now banned from our show. Thank you. Now, I sent this picture to the president, the director of the IAEA, and I believe it could be the only solution. But we've got to block that opening. And then we create a firewall or water wall, if you will, that will be able to pipe water right back into any radiated water right back into the unit, the mound system, which is essentially going to have a breeder reactor there that will slowly get rid of any of that dangerous radiation. All right? And the best thing about this plan is we want to actually build a fast breeder reactor to completely get rid of and neutralize all the dangerous material there at the reactor. But the best thing about this, and I want to show you, is right now there's like a 5% water runoff from the reactor vessel itself. So we create a water trench when we build this large mound, and we will divert all that water running off the mountain there from running down through the reactor facilities. This is a big, huge advancement. They're not sick graphics. These are just things simply that you can take home with you, talk about. All right. Salt water doesn't need to eat the pipes. We don't have to worry about that. The entire system can be slowly built using robotics, but we need to trap that water leaving the Fukushima area. We're talking about 6 large swimming pools full of radiated water going into the Pacific Ocean every day. Yes, Fukushima did happen. You're out of your mind if you think it didn't happen. No, there's no racist DNA. I don't believe that, Enclave. Well, because they're stifling any real fix. Because of the Wigner effect, they want Fukushima to kill off the planet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Many of the elitists are already living underground beneath places like the Denver airport. I don't believe that there's any genetic source of racism. That's absurd. Well, you probably will get screwed by the ship either way, Apache helicopter. No, I'm not racist. I've never said a racial slur in my life. There are a lot of people here who believe that Texas police may have murdered Sandra Bland. And I Need Pie just gave us a little tip there. Anonymous is exposing Texas for murdering Sandra Bland. Well, I don't know. I don't trust Anonymous, though. Yeah, that's the problem. And Breitbart has a story we want to take a look at here about a residents wake up to find overnight City Park has been turned into a migrant camp for 2,000 people. Wow. You know, it's going to get really wild really fast. And we are starting to see that right now. Thank you. And here's a Denver airport map, folks. And what's really weird is it looks just like a swastika. Take a look at this. This is phenomenal. We just got a scissor fight link here of this swastika airport that they created. See, the theory that I said earlier that the government brought in all these Nazis from Operation Paperclip, hey, they've been here for about 50 years now, and their families are residents here. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me they'd want to create a place to bury themselves in the event of radiation spills from Fukushima or any other source. So, yeah, there's the Denver airport, everybody. You can see how it looks like a swastika. When you pivot it, it looks even more like a swastika. Really weird stuff. Thank you there. Appreciate it. No, Hitler was not a good man. He killed a lot of innocent people. Yeah, I see that. There's a lot of anti-Semitism here. I completely deplore anti-Semitism. But I'm not Jewish myself. Yeah, it's not funny. Look it up, American Patriot. Operation Paperclip. The government's been involved in a lot of stuff. This is the most known thing that they've done. And if you don't know about that, you need to Google it, okay? Well, it's proof enough for me, too. The zombie music I don't have. Operation Paperclip, yeah. You can write. Wow, Russian Bear is trying to track this. That's good. I want to thank all of you for opening your mind a little bit tonight, even if it's just a little bit. Wow. 109 locations where Jews have been expelled since AD 250. Wow, that's pretty intense. Thanks. Operation Paperweight. You're welcome. Thank you. We got a lot of concerns going on within our room, and I'm really glad that we've got a venue to talk about this stuff. If you want to look up the Wigner effect, it's really intense. All that radiation, the corium that's melting into the water, there's also stuff that's airborne now, flying in the air. It's full of plutonium and cesium. They call it corium because it's the meltdown of the core, and it fractures all the cement and turns it into black dust. Yeah, the Wigner effect. It's the Wigner effect. You get the spelling right. What is your problem, man? Are you unable to copy off a screen? Okay, so we talked about the root of all conspiracies, and that's depopulation of the planet. And I haven't told you the final logic here, which is really interesting. Folks, this is going to be difficult for you to hear, but I'm going to give it to you straight up and tell it like it is. The elitists, all those rich people in the world, there's what, over 540 billionaires now? I am aware I look like Obama, yes. Check out my YouTube site. It actually has links to my YouTube videos where I impersonated him. What is going on really is simple. Those elitists made money by exploiting labor, human labor. They have so much money now that they can make robots to replace humans. I'm just telling you, this is a reality. So they really don't care about you. They don't care if humans exist. They exist, and they want to protect their lives, and they want to protect their money and their families, but they really don't care about you. So they want to depopulate just like Hitler did during the 1930s. It's the after show. I know I have a lot of viewers. I want to make sure they understand this. So this depopulation trend is so serious that they've actually trained you in school to believe that the world is too populated. They make you want to have, and then they're encouraging things like, gay sex, gay marriage, because they want people to not have kids. So there's a lot of things that are really kind of not making sense to you right now. But when you look at the idea of depopulation, yeah, that's why the two parties won't even talk about this. Well, I don't trust Anonymous right now. I'm going to purge you for that reason. But I don't trust him because the government has so much money they can buy anybody. They can buy Anonymous. They can buy WikiLeaks. They can buy anybody they want except for me. I'm unbuyable. No, it's not a conspiracy that I look like Obama. Well, let's be clear. I actually have a video out there that's helped me go viral. And I've never gone viral on the internet, really. So there's, like I talked about the censorship on YouTube, but I am going viral internationally. And the reason is I produced a video in 2008 where I impersonated Barack Obama, and then I did another one last year. And the video was touted as being racist simply because I did blackface. And I personally think that they're falsely accusing anybody of racism and saying that you're not allowed to impersonate the president at the same time. So that video has actually been made and turned into a dance video. People play it at dance clubs around the world. And it's not something that I'm ashamed of. I'm glad I did an impersonation video. And I've done a recent one that many of you may want to watch at my YouTube site. David John Sponheim. No, I'm not buyable, Frankie. I'm completely dedicated to non-materialism. I've dedicated my life to poverty. I made a vow of poverty, actually. I live in poverty. But that's my YouTube site, and I've got some pretty good stuff there, political satire about Barack Obama and his connection to the New World Order. And I've done a pretty good job of parodying him, and I'm glad I did it, because without it, I would have been completely dead in the water right now. You see, I noticed that they were censoring all of our work back in 2008. I spotted the censorship. So I've used this blackface video to catapult me into a higher state of aware. People know more about me. My video was an eye-opening experience to how Obama screwed the American people over. Thank you, American Panther. Thank you. And I want everyone to know that I don't blame you for voting for Obama. We're going to move on. We're going to try to patch the differences between the left and the right. But we need a centrist party to make that happen. We can't rely on these two people hating each other, because that's the design of the elitists. They created this idea that since you have the Democrats over here and the Republicans over here, you've got some sense of choice, when there is really no choice in this country. They can define what the Democrats, Republicans say. They tell those pundits on TV, those 35 people you see every day, what to say. They've got their talking heads telling you what to say, what to think. They've got all their talking points worked out. Well, on our show, Unreal, we have this open venue where we can talk about anything that comes to mind. And that's tomorrow night, Truth Tuesday. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. I appreciate it. It's been a great show. I really am glad we've got this chance to, interact, and I can read your chat. We would never do anything to hurt people, and please don't make threats to anybody here. Thank you. These are not scare tactics. These are just reality checkpoints for you to check into. Because if you don't wake up soon, believe me, they're going to get rid of you. And they don't really care. They really don't care about you. Was that a Michael Jackson song? They don't really care about you. I don't really care what's happening, other than we need to get on this and build this third party to stop these two-party cronies from controlling the country. None of us in this chat room is getting any money from anybody in the government. They don't even want to help American business. They just want to sit there and just continue to funnel money into their corporate hands, their cronies that get them elected. I use a product called Marmite, Leroy. It's a type of vegetable protein that I put on my face the first time. But the second video, I actually used professional Maybelline makeup. It's called Dream. They've made the color because of Barack Obama's skin color. So it pretty much approximates Barack Obama's skin color. You can watch that video if you want. But tonight we're going to play Chemtrail Cowboy and all kinds of interesting stuff. All right? Now, if you do want to join us at America's Third Party, you can do that. That'd be great. Or you can actually go to my website, davidsponheim.com, and you can get posters to print up for as low as $1.33 at your local Office Max. There's one right on the main page of davidsponheim.com. You can see that right there. And, Shrek did it. Shrek actually got a bunch of these posters and put them up. It's Join the Voter Revolt. And we're all about freedom, free speech, gun rights, and privacy.
Free speech, gun rights, and privacy.
All right. Residents wake up, find overnight a city park has been turned into a migrant camp for 2,000 people. Wow. A German city which dared to stand up to their government's policy for accepting Islamization and mass migration appears to have been punished for dissent by the zero-notice imposition of a migrant camp. So they just dug up an area and created a migrant camp right in the middle of Germany. Wow. I'll look at that link tonight. Thank you. Good night, William. Thank you for coming in. We're based out of the Seattle area. Well, you can campaign from your home, kook. Yeah, campaigning starts with you and your house. You can start promoting americasthirdparty.com and build a network in your area if you can. Now, we are collecting signatures in multiple states to get on the ballot. And if you go to our site, americasthirdparty.com, you can actually see a way in which you can get me on the ballot by clicking your state. If you have any questions, feel free to email us at americasthirdparty@gmail.com. Okay, anybody making a statement like that will be banned. I'm not in any way a Nazi. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm a centrist. I don't believe Sponheim is an anagram of jet fuel. Where did you get that? Dave, why does this not worry you? What do you mean? Everything worries me. Oh yeah, well, but it doesn't worry me because Russia's response, Spaznation, is simple and very predictable. If you threatened a president like Barack Obama threatened Vladimir Putin when he said you're a jackass, you're going to find yourself in a situation where that leader of a world power, a nuclear power, is going to do everything they can to intimidate you. Basically, we have no reason to enter Ukraine or Syria. And I want to make sure that Vladimir Putin knows that I'm on his plan to help retain the balance of power. I don't want to shake up the balance of power by pressing on his former satellite nations. Why Obama hasn't scheduled a summit meeting for peace, I don't know. So we need to do that rather quickly in 2017. And your job as a voter is to get me to the ballot box, let alone get me elected. If you really want peace in this world, we're going to have to work rather quickly because we've got an elitist group of people controlling the two-party system, pushing for depopulation. And that would mean you. Okay? I want to help everybody here. I don't want you to be carted off to some FEMA camp. It's looking really scary, I know. Yeah, so go to our website, and I'll give you a kind of a basic primer here on how to do it. Yeah, well, let's work to get the California coastline water, too. We'll be talking about my ocean pipeline project, which is really helpful and could create fresh water for California. But this is an amazing site just because it has everything you need to get me on the ballot. You can go to the site. It can be resized to a tablet or a regular desktop and just get past the buttons here and go to the down here to where you see this. Click on your state. Now, some states have downloadable petitions right now, like Montana. Well, American Panther, I actually started running for president when I was a young person in my mind. So that's what started me. But here's Montana. Downloading the petition right there will get you the petition, which will open up a Google document in this particular case, and we're all set to start collecting signatures in Montana. You're all set, see? All set to go. It can be that simple, but if you don't have a downloadable petition, you go call the Secretary of State and say, how can I get a person on the ballot to be president? That's all you got to say. We don't have thirdparty.com. It's owned by somebody else. We have America's thirdparty.com. We have americathirdparty.com. We have America's, or American and America's and America, all of them. We own that. We also have americasthirdparty.org and americasthirdparty.net. That's our link. And I should spam it in my own room. There we go. And then I'll, thanks. And then I'll purge myself. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, thanks for coming in, everybody. Here comes Chemtrail Cowboy and a whole lot of videos that'll open your mind to what really is going on. False flags, controlled media by the CIA, and this terrible disaster which is unfolding with Fukushima. Very seriously suspicious that they haven't fixed or even got a plan together to stop the Fukushima meltdown. Really weird stuff. I don't get it. Okay, good night, everybody. Thanks for coming in. We'll be back at 5 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. Good night.